Good morning, chat. Hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to the Monday stream. Hope everyone is doing great. Oh, you timed that well. Boris, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Thank you. Good morning. All right. Now, we have a couple things lined up today. The stream title basically already says it all. We're gonna take a quick look at the OCG Banlist and then hop into some YCS Dortmund preparation. I think it should be a chill stream. And we're gonna I think it's been a while since we've done viewer games, right? It's been a while. So that's gonna be fun. D-Stein, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, no, it's been a while since we've done viewer games, and it's also been a while since we've done a deck doctor, and that's happening tomorrow. So yeah, that's gonna be good. Infinite, thank you for the 11, and Maestro Celinio, thank you for the 3 months. Deck Doctor, in case anyone is relatively new to the channel, I don't know when the last one was that we did, but it's basically you guys submit deck list, and I look at it on stream and tell you guys what I think about it. It's since a couple iterations, it's been limited to subs only because we've been getting hundreds of submissions, and that's not really something I can go through in one stream. For any more information, for everyone that's currently subbed to the channel, you can just go to Discord and submit your deck list there. And we're doing a deck doctor tomorrow. For everyone that isn't subbed, don't worry. We usually cover most meta-relevant decks during those streams anyway. So you will still, if you are like not subbed, but you play Pearly and you want input on Pearly, someone is probably going to submit a Pearly deck. So don't worry about that. That's going to happen tomorrow. And it's gonna be good. Happy Banlist Day. Rip Arise Bulls. Oh right, today is the day that the ban list is in effect technically, right? I mean, it doesn't really feel like a special day because we already knew about it like for 1.5 weeks. But yeah, no, technically you're right. Today is the day. What trick? Thank you for the 6 months. Lol likes a lot. Thank you for the prime. Castania lover. Thank you for the 5 months. I mean, we could do that at some point, like rating Digimon cards, whether I think they're good or not. Sounds like a fun stream idea. Not today though, but it sounds fun. Weehawks, thank you for the full year. Appreciate you. Thank you. Nice vegan deck box. I don't know. I'd be down for that. Thank you for the 4. I found the new runic goo. Can I send it into Discord? My Discord has a section that's specifically for that. Like if it's in TCG, you can just go to TCG deck discussion, and if it's Macedool, you can go to Macedool deck discussion. So yes, you can use the Discord for that. You can use the Discord for that and just drop your ideas in there, and then people are gonna look at it. I try to go through it as much as I can, but I can't always join every single discussion, but I try. What's your opinion on Scareclaw this format? I think Scareclaw is a solid deck, but I don't think it does anything much better than other combo decks. Yeah, I don't really think it does anything better than that. Is there a subathon on the horizon? On the horizon, define on the horizon. It's in the back of my mind, is what I would say. It's something that I've been thinking about. It's something that I would need a lot more like preparation work to do it because I've never done it before and I'm very scared of it. It seems very stressful. It seems very fun and awesome as well, but it does seem very stressful and there's a lot of like question marks that I have. But I don't know. maybe at some point. I mean, it's probably gonna happen at some point, but there's no like concrete planning happening yet. Rough Life, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. All right, let's warm up, chat. Let's warm up so we can get going. Let's guess some cards and then we hop into some content for the day. How does that sound? Let's go. Will you go bald for the subathon? Probably not. No. All right, what is this? This is a hieratic seal. Convocation, I think. No? Is this not a hieratic seal? I feel like it is. Maybe it's called banishment? Yeah. This is droplet. I think. Huh? Oh, then it's Erebus? Oh. No? Oh, it was Erebus, but not like that. This is Life Equalizer. Do I know this? I don't think I do. I don't think I've seen this link hole. No idea. This also does not look familiar. No. Okay, so I don't feel bad about these because I've literally never seen these cards before. So like, there's nothing washed about that. This is Foxer, I think. No, then it's... Which one is it? It's a Salamangreat for sure. Coyote? Might be that. Yeah. Hero Barrier? Yeah. Inishi. Shien's Chancellor, or whatever. I don't know how you pronounce it. That's the one. I think this is a Speedroid. However, I have no idea what that's called. Speed Recovery, so it's a Speedroid spell or trap. Galaxy Storm. Is this the Unchained thing? Is it the one? Chamber, right? Yeah. Chamber. Ooh, this might be Moss. It might be this, yeah. I think this is Great Tornado. Yeah. This one I don't know. I'm pretty sure I don't know it. Pretty sure I've not Powerwall, no idea what that is. Ooh, Lunar Light Fusion. Yeah. Something Parshath. Sanctum of Parshath, yes. This is Archfiend support. I feel like we've had it. On Card Guesser before. Manifestation? Yeah, that sounded right to me. That rang a bell. Infernoid, right? Which one is that? It's one of the small ones. Antra, maybe? It's Antra. Don't say T-10. Why would you say that? This is Albaz the Ashen, I think. getting Red Eyes vibes. However, I can't really name which one it would be. I don't think it is a Red Eye. Which one is that? I feel like I've seen this. What is this? Oh, actually, no idea what that is. Well, I know what it is, but I don't think I would have ever guessed. Oh, this is Zeamin. This is Zeamin. This looks somewhat familiar. Griffin Wing? Old, I think Pegasus starter deck card. Okay, it's something Jinzo. Is it just Jinzo? I don't think... It might... Is it the Menace? The Menace. It didn't look like just Jinzo. Okay. Please be Weslow. Not Weslow. Then I don't know. Then I don't know. Gefiro. Okay. Performa Pal has too many cards for me to try and guess that. It's not even a Performa Pal card. Okay, thank God I just skipped it, dude. Ooh, what is this called? Ah, what is he called? He's very old. He's very old. What is this thing called? I forgot. Is it Cobra Soldier? No. Sakuzi? That one. No. Heart of Sacrifice. What's going on here? Cupid? Oh, I think that's a Cupid. However, it's not Cupid Pitch. Serve? Nope. 4? Nope. Dunk? No. Is it not a Cupid? It's not a Cupid. What is it? Oh, okay. I've been baited into thinking that was a Cupid. I lost so much time on that. That was unfortunate. This is Dracossack. This is a Mech Lord. I want to say this is a Granol. Army of Granol? Yeah. I've never seen this in my life. This looks somewhat familiar, but I don't know what that is. That for sure is also not the TCG artwork. There's no way that's the TCG artwork. God damn. They would never. Kuribe. Nice. Castle of Illusions. Wait, no. What? What is this called? Castle of Dark Illusions. That's the one. That's the one. Something of the... It's one of those, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. I'm missing. I'm yeah, it's this one. Ooh, this looks like the two soldiers, Battle Soldier, Swamp Soldier, or whatever it's called, Swamp Guard, Battle Guard, Lava Battle Guard. Yeah, those two, the Joey cards, right? This is a fur hire. Oh, this is a fur hire. I know which one. Hold up, strategist. Yeah. We have here. What do we have here? What is this? Pudding. Okay. Yep, pudding. I don't think it's basic insect, right? It's not basic insect. Basic insect is the green one. I'm gonna feel really stupid if it's basic. Yeah, it's not basic insect. Okay. Is this recital starling? No. Bird sanctuary, maybe? Yeah, that's the one. This I have seen, I think. I think I've seen it, but I have no idea what it's called. Lady of D. Okay. I've seen it before. This, on the other hand, I don't think I've seen. Nah. Nah. Arrow Mage Rosemary? Yeah. Oh, this is some Strix. Yeah, last Strix. What is going on here? Lots of things going on this card art. It's a nice card art, but I've never seen it before. This is Tempest. I think this is a hieratic. It might be this one. Simply because that one, I know this one was not a playable one, and I haven't heard this name before, so it probably was that one. I think I've seen this. Is this White Prince? Yeah. Dark Hunter? Yeah. I think this is Salvation. No, it's not. Is it Magicalized Fusion then? That's the one. Some shark. Lantern shark. What is this? Oh! Spell book of... No, it's not a spell book of. It's a spell book organization. Yes. That's one of the ones that was called spellbook before there was an actual spellbook archetype. Tethys. Yes. Blizzard. The Far North. Dude, I hate Blizzard. I hate Blackwings. I hate that thing. Oh, the drop. Actually, not a drop. I don't know what it's called. Something water. Heart of Clear Water. That's the one. Okay, Medolce. Butler Rusk. G Journica, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ooh, I've seen this. I've seen this, but I'm gonna skip it because I have no idea what it's called, but I've definitely seen it. I think it's the Nephthys Link monster. What do you hate more, Blackwing or 60 card branded in Macedol? The Blackwing for sure. Blackwing 100%. I simply don't know some of these cards is the problem right now. Now, this one I have seen. I think this is Oliver. Yeah, okay. Not even 700. Okay, not a good round. Today, you are allowed to spam washed. FaZe, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. We still got that weekend blues inside of us. We weren't super. It was a tough round, though. There's a lot of cards that I just haven't seen before, so it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, what do we have here? Is today the day it's wrongo? It's not the day it's wrongo, but it is a Dark Warrior effect monster with a high level. What do we have here? Newer than 2015. Russian Ninja, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support, everybody. Appreciate the early subs. Thank you. What do we have? High level Dark Warrior. High level Dark Warrior from later than 2015. DPE. I'm not sure if it could be I mean, it could be a fusion. Let's try DPE. Not DPE, not a fusion. Not level 8, less than 2500 attack, less than 2100 defense, and I think that means it's a main deck monster. I think it has to be a main deck monster now because, right? I guess. Level 5, 6, or 7, Dark Warrior. The Gaia retrains. Gaia. Let me check the stats. So 2100 defense can't be, though. Right? Otherwise, it could be this one for everything here matches except for the defense. It can't be that. No, I don't think it could be a Gaia. Are there more Destiny heroes that would fit? Dynatag? No, Dynatag is too weak. Dangerous has too much defense. Not a Destiny hero, I don't think. Joker Knight? Well, those are all lights, no? Dystopia? Dystopia is a level 8. It's not a level 8. Paris? We were on the right track with the heroes. It was Ferris. It was Ferris. Well done. Easy clap. Easy clap. Have you looked at the new Road of the King already? No, I haven't, but that's a great segue because we're done with the warm-up and we're about to hop into today's content. And originally I planned to just do because I saw that a new OCG metagame report has been released, right? And I originally planned to go over it. You guys know I like going over these and looking at what's going on in the OCG because sometimes it's like a foreshadowing of what's about to happen in the TCG because they're a couple months ahead. However, well, so they released this, and there's two things that make this not super interesting to look at. Because the first thing is it's almost the same spread as it has been in the previous couple OCG metagame breakdowns. Like literally almost every single of the recent OCG metagame breakdowns has just been Rescue Ace in first, and then Purely and Tier Laments right behind it. You know, sometimes it's been slightly more Tier Laments than Purely. You know, the percentage points have been going around a little bit, but for the most part, it was the exact same every time. The only thing that was worth noting about this one is that Centurion actually takes like a decent chunk now, as opposed to like previous metagame breakdowns, which I thought was interesting, right? It's like there's nothing new to the Centurion deck, I don't think. It's just that, I mean, they're mixing it with Super Heavy Samurai right now and are basically saying, hey, Maxi is not real. I'm just gonna ash it. I'm gonna call by the grave it. I'm gonna cross it out, and then I'm just gonna make I'm just gonna make a Calamity and turn skip you. That's basically Centurion for you in a nutshell. So that's something that they do now. However, the reason why we're not going to go into this in too much detail today is quite simply that they have a new, they got a new ban list. They got a new ban list over in the OCG, and we're going to take a look at it, and we're going to see if they are finally going to be free from tier limits. Now, so that's the main things I'm expecting basically from an OCG ban list right now is they need to hit tier limits like hard, because this deck has been around in the OCG for almost 2 years now, more like 1.5 years easily. And it's just not been going, right? It's not been going away. They've been doing all kinds of things, you know, ban Kit Close, limit all the names, limit the field spell, limit all the Shizu cards. There's so many cards on the ban list just because of tier limits, and they're still playing it as like a Chaos Ruler turbo pile. And that's the one thing I've been advocating about, is like, I think they should ban Chaos Ruler. So we're gonna see if they did that or not. Like, if they finally admit that, yeah, Chaos Ruler is the freaking problem card, even though it's a pretty damn fun card. I understand that, but it is a card that can create problems. And then the other things, honestly, I would just like to see Rescue Ace hurt in some way, shape, or form, Pearly in some way, shape, or form, and then I want to see like what else they did to the other decks, right? But those are like the top 3 that they arguably need to address with this ban list: is Rescue Ace, Pearly, and tier limits. And I actually haven't looked at the entire ban list yet, so let's go and hop right in. Right off the bat, I see 2 cards that I already saw when I opened the page this morning. You know, this is the only ones that I know are on here. We have banned Agido and banned Kelbeck, which is a phenomenal decision because freaking hate those cards. I'm gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, the Shizu cards are pretty much the 2022 versions of Dragon Rulers that should arguably all be banned. But let's see if Mudora and Keldo are also on here. I actually don't know. They're not. Okay, there's no... Oh! Chaos Ruler's on here. Okay. Okay, that's insane. I actually didn't expect them to do that. I actually did not expect them to do that. I thought OCG was just gonna do something like, oh, we're gonna limit Tearlament's Scream or some shit like that. That was like that felt like a very OCG kind of hit, you know, like, or like in Master Duel, like, you know, or we're gonna limit Tearlament's Sulliak, and we're gonna limit Tearlament's Scream and Tearlament's Grief and Tearlament's Heartbeat and whatever, you know. But they actually banned Chaos Ruler. They actually banned Chaos Ruler. And then Rongo is on here, which is... I mean, it's good. It's good that Rongo is on here, but it's kind of odd, right? It's like, what is the reason that freaking Rongo Miniat was banned in Master Duel a month ago and banned in the OCG now? Like, does it have a specific reason? Like, what's the point? Like, because like that card has been around forever, and it's just never really done anything. Numbers Evail, I guess, could be the reason. Invoker unban, yeah, maybe there's a connection there. In my head, it's just like at a competitive level, right? Rongo Miniad has not really been viable for a long time. Now, that does not mean it shouldn't be banned. It should absolutely be banned because there are certain cards that you just don't want to have in your game, in my opinion. There's certain cards that are just not very fun, and the way the card reads is basically, hey, if I'm ever relevant, I'm gonna ruin the format, pretty much. And those types of cards, I think you should just get rid of, even if they're not super relevant right now, and Rongo is one of those cards, so that's fine in my book. And that's all the banned cards, because down here, I think it continues with the limited ones. That's some heavy hits on tier limits. Now, I've said multiple times in the past, and I've been wrong every single time when I've said I think tier limits is now dead in the OCG, but this time around, is it actually the case now? Because I feel like with freaking... Don't Pepe La me right off the bat, okay? My logic is, the reason why Tearlaments was still good in the OCG was because they had a way to fix its problems, right? The problem when Kid Kalos was banned, Merly was limited, Sharon was limited, and Havness was limited, and Perla Rhino was limited. The problem with the deck was consistency, right? And the way you would get consistency in the OCG, right, was by just milling a lot of cards. That's how you would still get to, like, you basically, all you need to do in order to still find your tier limits and everything, you just need to reach critical mass in milling, right? And that's what you would do with, like, Chaos Ruler, Kelbeck, Agido, Diviner, and whatever. Like, I don't know if they even played Diviner at some point, but, like, they heavily prioritized, I think, the Chaos Ruler builds. I think now there's simply, I just don't see a way to make it work, right? We have one of each tier name, unless they unbanned tier limit names, which would be crazy. I don't think they did that. You only have one of each tier limit name. How are you going to find those tier limit names? And how are you even going to find the stuff that you want to perform a fusion summon with, right? Because you need to also mill stuff like King of the Swamp, more Aquas, more Dark Monsters in order to make your fusions. How are you going to do that? I don't really know. I don't really know how you would do that. They will find a way. I don't think so. But we'll see. I mean, look, we'll see. Life always finds a way. I guess we'll see. I guess the natural thing that's gonna happen, tier limit strongest, the natural thing that's gonna happen is friggin' yeah, I guess. I mean, what do you mean by this? What does this prove? Someone in the OCG has made a new tier limit version. All right, have they had success with it? Does this prove anything? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not really. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. I personally don't think it's. I don't think it's very good. It doesn't look very appealing to me to play tier limits without these at all. and one tier limits cash Tira. just even more. Just so that does this mean every single tier limits monster, main deck monster, is at 1 now in the OCG? Every single one? Is there a tier? There's no tier limit monster that's not limited, right? Every single one is limited. That's crazy. Except for the fusion monsters, of course. Like Kid Close is banned and the other fusion monsters are unlimited. But literally every single main deck tier limit monster is limited. That's insane. Now, quickly, chat. Very, very quickly, for my mental health, please tell me, I don't know for sure if Block Dragon was banned and came back, or if it was at 2 or 3 and got to 1. 2 to 1. Okay, good. So I just needed to know for my own sanity and to know like what's going on with the OCG, whether Block Dragon was moving in the right direction. That's what I needed to know. Because the right direction, don't let anyone else fool you with this, chat. The right direction, the only direction that Block Dragon should go in is onto the ban list, not off the ban list. That should never be the don't let anyone tell you that. Anyone who's telling you Block Dragon should not be on the ban list or Block Dragon should move down on the ban list is subjectively wrong. No, objectively wrong. I mix those up sometimes. Wrong, anyways. All right. Those are the only limits, I assume. Nothing for Rescue Ace yet on limited or banned, which is interesting looking at the sheer representation of Rescue Ace in the last couple weeks in the OCG. You would think that there's something for Rescue Ace, but the max they could have done to it now was semi-limit something, which is interesting. That's weird. What is there? Yeah, okay. I mean, look, we have 2 hits at once here. We have the Rescue Ace Airlifter at 2, and we have Purely Delicious Memory at 2, which that is a very OCG approach to those. Like Airlifter to 2 is just it's just one of those consistency hits that I'm not a huge fan of. I keep seeing this discussion pop up. Like whenever we talk about OCG ban lists, I tend to mention things like, oh, I don't like when they do consistency hits. Let me elaborate just a little bit why I don't like consistency hits like this. Like I personally think that consistency hits are not the best way to balance out a game, because what consistency hits do is they promote very high variance sort of gameplay, right? Because what they end up doing is they don't change the power level of a deck. The power level of a deck still remains the same. The deck can still do the exact same things, theoretically, that it was able to do beforehand. It just does so less consistently. Now, what that means, yo, Drewski, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. We hit the sub goal. We're gonna play the remix in a little bit. Let me finish my thought. So when a deck does when a deck still does the same thing as before, but it does so less consistently, all that really means is the deck bricks sometimes. And my argument is that whenever someone bricks in Yu-Gi-Oh, it's not very good gameplay, right? Because if my Rescue Ace opponent just doesn't play the game because they didn't open a starter card, that is not really interactive gameplay or good gameplay at all. It's just like, okay, they bricked, I'm just gonna win the game next turn, whatever. Like, it doesn't really, you of course, as the player playing against the Rescue Ace duelist in that example, you take it, you're like, you're happy about it, but like it's not really fun and like enjoyable, right? And then on the flip side, it's also going to be like when you're playing against a deck that is heavily hit on the ban list with a bunch of consistency hits, and then they open up one of those cards still, like when Branded Fusion is at 1 in Master Duel. When your opponent draws Branded Fusion, it's infuriating because they shouldn't. I freaking played against 60 card Branded on ladder like last week, and they hard open Branded Fusion in 60 cards, and it just doesn't really feel great. It doesn't feel like it's not a very enjoyable feeling to know that your opponent just drew a random one of that, like, it's supposed to be a hit on the ban list. They're supposed to see it less often, and when they do, it feels frustrating, right? And so I think consistency hits on the ban list are kind of like, they're like a lose-lose scenario, right? Because they're either going to break and it feels bad for them, or they're still going to open whatever and they're still going to do the exact same, and that's going to be frustrating to the opponent because then it feels like the ban list didn't accomplish anything, right? Do you get what I'm saying? That's like my philosophy on consistency hits. It's like, it's, I know it impacts the deck in the way that they, like, the win rate of Rescue Ace is probably going to go down a little bit, right? It's going to go down a little bit, probably. And that's what they want to do, right? They want to lower its win rate. But I would argue you can do that by just hitting a deck in different ways, by you should be trying to hit a deck by making it different in its power level rather than its consistency, right? You could have taken away a specific card from Rescue Ace completely, and maybe that makes the deck weaker. I'm a big fan of something. I'm a big fan of something that changes the resource management of a certain deck, right? Like when a deck used to do something really good and now it's gone. Like a Kid Kalos ban, for example, or the Merly ban, right? That fundamentally changes how you play tier elements. It does not. It doesn't change just the consistency. Anyways, Delicious Memory is the same thing, right? The card is now at 2. We know that that's a big hit. We know that that's a big hit because in the TCG this has gone to 1, and that's been, of course, even bigger of a hit. This is huge because you really want to go into Plump. Going into Plump is insane in Pearly on the first turn, and in Pearly this especially hurts because you having a card at 3 in Pearly is super important for my friend Pearly, right? Like being able to reveal 3 of the same card and then getting it guaranteed is a big difference as to just having 1 or 2, and then you will not be guaranteed getting that card, right? Any 3 of Pearly spell, you can pretty much guaranteed find every time in Pearly. This does make it so they have 1 Sleepy Memory and 2 Delicious Memory, which technically means you can still reveal 3 good memories with my friend, right? You can just reveal 2 Delicious, 1 Sleepy, and you will get 1 good one, right? but still, it's a decent hit to Pearly. I wonder if this is the only hits though to those two decks. I think it's a very weird approach, especially for Rescue Ace. If this is the only hit to Rescue Ace, I think that's kind of stupid. I think that's not I don't think that's appropriate for a deck that's been like the top performing deck for weeks and for weeks now, months even. I want to say, only semi-limiting one of its like quote unquote starter cards is weird. But let's see. Rivalry of Warlords is here. Was this at 3? Was this at 3 in the OCG? Okay. I mean, once again, that's the only thing I care about. Like, it's going in the right direction. Should Rivalry be at 2? Probably not. You know, it's a card that, in my opinion, on Floodgates, you either think they're okay and should be at 3, or you think that they're not okay and should be at 0. Most people are either in the camp of 3 or 0. However, in my opinion, I don't like Floodgates. I would like them to be at 0. So when a card moves from 3 to 2, instead of saying like, oh, it shouldn't be at 2, it should be at 0, I'm like, okay, it's moving in the right direction, right? I'd rather play against 2 rivalries than 3. So that's good in my book. I wish we had that more in the TCG, honestly. I wish we had more Floodgates that were at 1 or 2, simply because that makes Floodgate strategies as a whole less viable, because you simply have less of each of the good Floodgates. But yeah, anyways. Gearsu and Darkworm, I assume these are unhits. There's no way they are going from 3 to 2. I assume these are going up, like from 0 or 1 to 2. Yeah, so this is moving up the ban list. Diagram is getting off the ban list, so that's good. I mean, none of these cards have done anything in the OCG, so very, very good. Map, where was Map? Map is going off the ban list. Map was limited and is going to 2. Now, you see, I hate Flunder. But you can't really argue against this, right? You can't really argue against this because I don't remember seeing Flu anywhere in the OCG. Like, it's been dead. It's been completely dead. So I guess, I guess give them a second map. As long as the barrier statue stays banned, whatever, I guess, right? It should stay like that, I think, but I understand why they're doing it. I understand what they're doing it. All right, and then we have unbans. We have Armageddon Knight, fine. Light Stage, fine. Miyamu, fine, I guess. Bike, Bike is weird to me. Bike is weird to me. Simply because, like, they're still playing Super Heavy Samurai, right? I know Soul Piercer is at 1. I know Soul Piercer is limited. It's just, I'm not saying it's a bad hit, this one. I'm not saying Bike to 3 is a bad decision. Maybe it's fine. What I find weird about it is that it was super, super fast to happen, right? It's like, normally when the ban list does things, I mean, look at Light Stage. Light Stage has been on here forever. It took them so long to be like, yeah, let's bring Light Stage back, right? Or Miyamu, or freaking Gearsu, or look at Harp Horror still being banned in the TCG. It's like they hit a card and then they wait a very long time until they bring it back. And it's like, didn't Bike get hit like the last OCG ban list, or like the second last OCG ban list? I'm pretty sure it was the last one. And then they immediately pedal back and be like, yeah, you can have back the third Bike. The second last. Okay. So the second last ban list, they put Bike to, I think it was to 2. And now 2 ban lists later, they're like, yeah, that was kind of weird. Let's just get it back to 3. Which is like, I guess it's fine. It's still weird behavior, And that's it. Honestly, I mean, I think it's a good ban list because I think it finally kills tier. I think it finally kills tier, especially even like okay, let me rephrase this just to be like a little more careful. Even if this does not kill tier, I like that it takes away a lot of the gamba aspect from tier, which is the fun aspect, but at the same time, from a competitive standpoint, like the one yugioh, one Kelbeck Chaos Ruler in tier, it just doesn't feel very, like the variance is very high. If there is a tier element deck now in the OCG, it's probably going to be a lot more controlled, like less RNG, and I think that's fine. Right, that's better. But we'll see. Most other things I agree with. The only thing that I find weird is like the rescue ace and the pearly hits seem very, very, first of all, very, very tame for, I mean, literally the two most represented decks in the latest OCG metagame report by a large like chunk, you know. Both decks together almost taking up 30% of the metagame and only getting one hit each. Seems very, very weird to me. But it is what it is, I guess. They're going to have to live with it. They're going to have to deal with it. And we're going to see how it pans out. But overall, I guess it's a fine ban list, you know? I guess it's a fine ban list for the OCG. I'm looking forward to seeing how this shapes up the metagame without tier limits. Or without the Gamba tier limit, anyways. The one thing that is missing here is the Calamity Synchro. That's the one thing I find odd. The Calamity Synchro should probably be gone. All right. And that is that. All right. Yo, we had a couple of subs. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate every single one of you. Let me simply read your names real quick, and then we'll have a little remix situation, and then we will move on to playing some TCG format. Drewski, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs again, and the 9 months. Architect, thank you for the Prime. SMG Incredible, thank you for the 8 months. Tengu, thank you for the full year. Mux Happy, thank you for the Prime. Scrooge, thank you for the Prime. Returns YCS, thank you for the Prime. Rommel Fox, thank you for the Prime. Yo, a lot of primers, appreciate that. Kuras, thank you for the Prime. Funatsu, thank you for the 7 months. Denny Prather, thank you for the 2. Wad BB, thank you for the Prime. And Bomenico, thank you for the 11 month. Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to the 12 months. Thank you. All right. And now we have a little Pepe D situation going on. And then we shall proceed. All right. We do have perfect information once more. All right. All right. Now, let me tell you what we're doing right now. It is something that I feel like we have not done enough in recent weeks. And I really want to get back to doing it more often, which is freaking playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And when I say playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, I mean playing the TCG. YCS Dortmund is on this upcoming weekend. So what we're going to do is I'm going to share just a couple thoughts with you about some of the decks and some of my thoughts in preparing for the YCS. I'm going to be honest with you. It's been tough for me to prepare for this YCS simply because there's been very little time between the ban list and the YCS. That's not a bad thing. I think that's very exciting. However, for me personally, I haven't had that much time in the recent week to prepare. So I'm still at a very, I'm close. Like, time is getting close for me to prepare for the YCS. So I'm going to share some of my thoughts on some of the decks, and then we're going to hop into some DB testing. We're going to be playing against viewers today. You can go, in case anyone ever forgets how it works, you can go !rules in the chat. We're going to be using a dueling book today, of course, and there's one caveat. We're only going to be playing game ones. We're going to do best of one because I simply want as many people as possible to get a chance to play, right? I don't want to sit here and play 40-minute matches and then only 5 people get to play, right? That's why we're going to do best of ones. that just means we're not gonna have a side deck, but I still think it's going to be I still think it's going to be fun and insightful probably. For my part, I'm going to be playing a couple of different decks, mostly relatively standardized lists, but still like some of my approaches to the new format for different decks, just because I need to better evaluate different stuff. So I'm going to switch it up in between games as well. I'm going to tell you a couple things about my personal situation in terms of deck choice for YCS Dortmund. And now, you know, as you guys know, I don't want to give away what exactly I'm going to be playing for the YCS. I'm always very open about, like, I don't want to share certain information that I think is too important in terms of having a competitive, you know, like, I don't want to give away a competitive edge or anything. But I am very open about sharing my general thoughts on the format and on specific cards. And so my current situation for YCS Dortmund is, I believe Unchained and Pearly to be the strongest decks in the format, and I have tried a couple of other decks over the weekend, and so far, I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't found something that feels stronger than those two decks. I don't know which of the two I would prefer between Unchained and Pearly, but I think both of those decks are pretty strong, and I haven't really found something that felt amazing to me in the sense that it could actually be my choice for the event. So as of right now, and that is my honest opinion, as of right now, I would probably be playing Unchained or Pearly for YCS Dortmund. That's not decided yet. I'm still looking for other options. But that's basically that, right? And that is also one thing about my like general preparation for events. I really like to have these sort of quote unquote safe picks available to me, right? Like, I have played a decent amount with Unchained. I have played a decent amount with Pearly at this point. I know those two decks. I think I can build a solid list for those two decks. So I have a solid plan for YCS Dortmund, even if some of my other experiments don't work out, right? And that's how I really like to go about it, right? I like to make myself familiar with the format, find one or two decks that I like, and then see if I can find something even better, right? So basically, that's where I'm at. I'm going to be investing a decent amount of time into some other decks these next couple of days when I'm testing. And if nothing works, I'll just play Unchained or I'll just play Pearly, whichever one I think is stronger. So that's how I feel. Yeah. All right. So as far as today goes, I have a couple of different decks here on the left, and I'm going to be switching between them. Yo, Sam Not Samuel, thank you for the kind words. I hope you enjoy your first YCS. Good luck and enjoy, have fun. And thank you for the 10 months. Josh, have you ever brought a rogue deck that has a strong matchup against the top decks in a meta, or do you prefer to just play the top performing decks in a format? Well, it depends on how you look at it. There's definitely been formats where I would argue I've played just the top performing decks, but there's definitely been formats where I played more like sleeper picks, and it's definitely also been some of the formats where I've been very successful in. Like, I would argue Paleozoic in Zodiac format was not the top performing deck. That was not the meta deck. It was, in my opinion, it was the best deck, but it was definitely like Zodiac was like a tier 0 format. I don't think Paleo was rogue in the sense that it wasn't good, but it was a pretty damn good meta call, right? It was not what people expected, right? And I like to always be open about these sort of situations. The thing is, you're walking a very fine line. You're walking a very fine line when you're like, I try to not be a person that always does the same thing, right? Because always doing the same thing is hardly ever correct, right? You need to know when it's a good idea to bring a rogue deck, a sleeper deck, a meta call, whatever you want to call it, And you also need to understand when it's the best to just play the meta deck, right? And just learn it and build it as best as possible and just run with that, right? Because there are formats where the top tier decks are exploitable. There are formats where you can find a solid meta call, and you never want to be the person that always just plays meta, right? Because putting yourself into that position or like being that person is just, you're never going to be able to find a good solution to the meta. You're always just going to run the meta decks and try to perform as best as you can. But you also don't want to be the person that only wants to play rogue decks, right? You don't want to be a rogue Andy either. You want to be able to make a call and play a rogue deck when it's appropriate, when it's actually a good meta call. You don't want to play rogue just because you're the rogue player, right? You want to do it when it's actually good, right? And it's tough to find that. It's tough to find out, right? It's tough to do it, especially in short times like this one. Like, I would argue this is a very tough situation right now because YCS Dortmund, right? The meta decks are like, I would say, Unchained and Pearly. Those are the meta decks, right? There's like other decks are like Rescue Ace and Branded Chimera and whatnot. They're good decks. They're fine. They're definitely strong. But the most expected and most meta decks are definitely Unchained and Pearly. And so the toughest question for Dortmund is basically, do you want to just play one of those two? Because they are arguably the strongest decks right now. But of course, that will also mean everyone is gonna build their main deck or side deck against those decks. And they are also going to be very experienced, right? Everyone testing for Dortmund probably starts by testing against Unchained, testing against Pearly. Like that's the things on everyone's mind, right? When you build your deck, when you test your deck, you have those decks in mind, right? And that is a disadvantage for people that play Unchained, right? It's a disadvantage, or like, it's definitely not an advantage anymore that people don't know your deck, right? That's just gone, right? And so what you want to figure out, is the deck good enough to still be the best deck regardless? And also, is even if you don't think Unchained is the best, like, or like that good anymore, is there anything that's better, right? And that's what we're trying to figure out for the upcoming YCS. Did you just exclude tier limits out of the scene? Well, tier limit is definitely part of the scene. However, I'm not sure. I've done some testing on tier limits on the weekend, and we can even play it a little bit today. Honestly, I'm curious to play some tier limits, but I was not super convinced by tier limits. I like it; it's very fun, but it didn't feel like it was in the greatest spot. And let me tell you why I think that is. Actually, we can just start playing and we can talk while I do that. I can just boot up a game with tier limits. The way it's going to work, by the way, is I'm going to make a dual password. It's going to be Josh. We're going to play single games in advanced unrated, and we just do first come, first serve. We just do first come, first serve, single games, so as many people can play as possible. That means no side deck. And I'm gonna switch up decks in between, and we're gonna have some fun. So let's go. Cyrus was first, so let's go. I think I should move. Should I move over? I should move over. Let's go. Okay. So the reason why I think tier limits can struggle a little bit is that a lot of tech cards that are good against Pearly and or Unchained are also really good against this deck. All right, we have a good hand here. I believe we want to go start terraforming. We don't want to mill Pearl Rhino. We could actually... Yeah, let's go Pearl Rhino. Do we want Wraith Soth, maybe? There's no way Wraith Soth can be better than... Nah, let's go Pearl Rhino. Did I win the rock, paper, scissors, or did I lose it? I'm not sure. Anyways, I believe it's best to start with Diviner. Did you try different versions? I just a little. The only two versions I tried was this one and the one with Revolution Synchron. I personally thought Revolution Synchron was pretty cool. But what I didn't like about the Revolution Synchron version... Oh, it's a Brandon deck. Okay. We're going to activate Havness. And we milled King of the Swamp. And we're getting one of Magnamooted. Alright, skill diff, skill diff. We're being skill diffed. I see how it is. Alright, so... Well, we're gonna go Sharon, discard Mali, I think. See what happens. We kind of... Do I want to activate Perlorhino first? So that if I mill a tier name... It's tough. I almost want to Perlorhino to just get Merly. And just discard the Merly. So that way I have a guaranteed fusion. Instead of discarding the Mali. But I guess discarding Mali also leads to a guaranteed fusion. Because worst case, I can make Beatrice. But then I don't have... I kind of want to make... like... Sharon F. What am I worrying about? I'll just mill them early. Not yet, though. Not yet, though. Give me a second. I'm in the process of milling them early. Okay. No, I did not mill them early. So what we could do is we could add Merly. Hear me out. Add Merly. Banish Mali. Special Mali. Make Beatrice. I want to send Rhinoheart. Activate Perlorhino, which just adds a Rhinoheart. No, adds Tearlament Kashtira. Because we don't want to... Yeah, and then do this. Pitch Rhinoheart. Activate Rhino. Oops. Activate Rhinoheart. Pitch the Merly. Special the Rhinoheart. Now, Merly effect. And do we even use Rhinoheart? I don't think we do. Just Merly. And probably make Grapha. Redoer. That sounds like a good opener, right? I mean, Merly. King of the Swamp. Into an Omni Negate. Perlorhino pops Magna. I wish the only thing that's missing here, this is a very, very strong opener. The only thing that we would have liked to have, I think, is the milling a Scream at some point. Do I Dweller this individual instead of using this? Why not make Rulclose as well? Well, I don't have another tier name. Sharon is on the board, Merly was used, and Havness is banished. So we're probably gonna end up making Rulclose if I go for a Redoer, but the question is, do I go Redoer or do I go Dweller? Dweller is powerful, but I think it's Redoer. Yeah, let's Redoer. Okay, and go. The one thing that Dweller would have played around right here is because I'm pretty sure, did they make me go first? I think they did. It would play around Super Poly, which is a realistic card to see in a branded deck. That would be a realistic card here, and Dweller would have been like, we could not have been Dwellered in draw phase. Let's resolve this. Okay, we give them a free Cartesia. I love when that. I love that. I love that for us. That's great. That's very cool. Horus Mode, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome everybody. We're testing for YCS Dortmund. Okay, so Albion is being used for retribution. Maybe it was Dweller. Maybe it was Dweller, fellas. Well. Albion is fine. Was Albion the ad? No, it was Serenier that they added. Okay, they go with Eclipse. All right, two options. We can just honestly we can let it slide. We can let it slide. Just chain Redoer, chain Beatrice, make a rule close after. Oh, it can't negate it. Oh, it's a normal spell trap. Right. Okay. Well then we just go chain and chain. Well, we will detach this, banish this, send. I almost want to send a shuffler because they still haven't added back branded few. I'm gonna add a shuffler. I'm gonna be annoying like that. I'm gonna send the shuffler. I'm gonna set these two, and then I'm gonna declare my Sharon. Think they have a Bestial, which is kind of fucked up. So do I just go with Perla Rhino now to stop them from summoning that Bestial? Do I stop them from summoning that Bestial? Can you declare Rhino and chain Oh, you could, yeah. Right. Can you? Yeah. You could. That I probably should have done that to begin with. Anyways, that was dumb of me. Anyways. So Serenier banishes this. Do I care about Serenier? One halfness is already banned. Why do you queue into me with a Bestial deck? Do I stop the Serenier from summoning? I don't think I stop the Serenier from summoning, because if I do, they just have it again next turn, and it just keeps being annoying. Already detaching. Oh, right. No, I actually can't do that, because if I detach the Rhino Heart for Redoer, I can't activate the Sharon. I don't think I want to do that. Aluber. Yeah. Branded in white. The thing is, the chance that this Tearlaman's Kashtira hits are so small, but I feel like I have to go for it. I have to try and do it. I guess I summon an attack. I banish the other tier cache. Wait, no, I can banish any card, right? Tearlaman's card. Okay, let's banish this then. And then let's try and get lucky. Mill 3, pop. Oh god. I milled the last tier name. Oh my god, and it resolves. That's not fair, dude. That's not fair. That's not even a guaranteed win, but that does not feel right. Okay, so the thing is, I even milled the King of the Swamp in case I didn't have it yet. The deck got my back. So Actually, do I make Kaleido Heart or Kid Colossus? Rule Close, I mean. Let's make Rule Close. And then pop with Perla Rhino the Serenir? Because it's a dragon for branded in white, right? I don't really care about the Aluber. Let's pop the Serenir. The Serenir Send, I don't think is annoying for me right here. They already have Retribution branded fusion in the graveyard. I don't think it matters. It probably just gonna send Lubellion. It's just this thing is bigger, right? It runs over the Grapha, for example. And when they activate branded in white, they need to include a dragon monster in their fusion, right? And this is a dragon, this is not. High spirits for free in the graveyard, fine. All right, well. Eclipse me one more time, Margaret. All right, well. Eclipse me one more fucking time, Margaret. Branded in white. Fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck. Using monsters from hand or field as material, including a dragon monster. You can also banish monsters from your grave as material if you use Fallen of Albaz. So the thing is, if I chain my shuffler here, I only have one shuffler. If I chain my shuffler here, I would have to target Albaz, and then they would later on just... even if I target Branded Fusion, they can just chain Retribution. I think I just have to let this slide. This has to be okay. This has to be okay. I have to stop them from getting Branded Fusion with the Shuffler. Like, Shuffler needs to be in response to Retribution. Blood Snide, but going second branded with Bestials? Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's utterly unfortunate. They can just do branded lines with white? Yeah, they can do... I mean, I'm not stopping them from playing completely here. There's no way. They had double Book of Eclipse. They're gonna do some branded stuff. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. But my hope basically is that they can't clear the entire board, which means that my stuff gets flipped face up and I draw some cards in the end phase. One or two extra draws might be able to break the board back because I have Gameciel, I have Saliak, so I don't think it's bad. So this, okay. See, Albion banishes a light, banishes the Cartesia, and now activates this. What does this mean? What do they mean by this? What do you want to summon here? Orlode Furious Dragon? What are you trying to make? I mean, yeah, but Furious Dragon is okay. I'm not gonna, like, the only thing I have left is my Shuffler. I only have a Shuffler. That's all the interaction I have. I'm gonna have to wait, and I'm just hoping at this point that they don't have a branded fusion in hand. I'm just hoping that if I hold my shuffler for Retribution, that they don't have branded fusion, because as long as they don't activate branded fusion this turn, I think we have a comeback potential next turn. That's what I'm thinking. One tier name left is rough. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing of, like, tier limits into Bestials is gonna be rough. This format, like, it's gonna be rough. Queritus. Okay. Sure. Right. Hard draw branded fusion probably cooks us here. Hard draw branded fusion probably cooks. No, okay. Nice. So they can only destroy Tearlaman's Kashtira and Grapha. Okay. Up. It dies. They cannot kill the Rule Colossus. They cannot kill the Beatrice. They have to kill the Tear Cache. Okay. It's probably better to just attack a Tear Cache, right? Because everything gets flipped back up. And I draw 2 regardless of which one you attack. Yeah. It's like, this is just better. Just because this dies. I only get to mill with this when it's sent to the grave by card effect, not by battle. This does not really, yeah. So, bop. Yeah, okay, and now. Trivi Karma is a card that I see in every single Tearlament build, but I am not a fan of it. I don't like it. I don't like Trivi Karma because it's just, when you draw it, you have no real way to get it out of your hand, right? I don't see a way to discard it. You can pop it with the field spell. Yeah, but then, like, that's like very advanced. Your hand has to already be really good. I don't know if I like that. You know what I mean? Change the attack. Accept level 8 or higher fusions. If this card leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect. Okay, so I can just Gamma Seal this. I can just Gamma Seal this. Oh, Redoer. During the standby, let's try and resolve Redoer. Spell card! Poggers. Effect. Whee. We just get a free Upstart Goblin. All right. I always friggin' Redoer, I think, is the one card that everyone, or like at least I constantly forget that shit. Like that happens so often to me. Beep. Okay, think. The thing is that I'm not sure why they didn't activate Retribution. I think they should have tried to bait my Shuffler, because now I don't have to really play around Branded in Red, Branded Banishment at all. I'm thinking I just foolish. I'm just foolishing Merly, I think. Foolish Merly. Yeah. Foolish Merly. Foolish Merly. Merly effect. And we just make Collider, right? It's just, this is... There's Rhino Heart, and this is Aqua. Could have also taken Gamma Seal. That was probably better. Anyways. This, and then we go... Effect Collider spin this. Effect Pearl the Rhino target this. And then I don't really see a way for them. You know what you know what we can do? It has no real application. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't do anything. But what we can do is we can special Gamma Seal, and then we can double the Gamma Seal, and ours will not die because of Rukolos. Isn't that phenomenal? Isn't that just the coolest thing ever? Bonkers. All right, GG. All right, GG. Let's switch after every game. Let's bring you guys a game of let's play Unchained once. Let's play Unchained. All right, first come, first serve. Pop up. Have you played Chimera Branded? Not much. Like, I think that's one of the decks where if I'm gonna play it now, I'm probably gonna be one on the weaker side of gameplay. All right, we have a 60 card deck here with a Seyfert sleeve, so I'm assuming this is a Dragon Link deck. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I think we just go activate the prison, get one of the trap cards, and then pop that with a Ruha. Let's grab this. Set this. Declare a Ruha effect. Now I'm not sure which line I always want to go for with Unchained. There's like a lot of different ones that we could go for. Well, we're definitely always going to special summon. We're always going to special summon Sharvara here. And we're always going to make Yama here. Chainlink 1 Yama, Chainlink 2 Sharvara. Because they're on 60 cards, I'm almost tempted to play around Bystials. However, I'm not sure if I remember the line that plays around Bystials so well. What was it? Shiyama would be correct here. Oh, would you go... anyways, whatever. So, I'm pretty sure since we haven't normal summoned, it would probably be Sarama. Normal summon Sarama. Simply don't summon dark monsters. Yep. Normal summon Sarama. That's the thing, right? With this hand, I don't think it's correct playing around Bystials because I have Thrust and Talons. So we would set this. And pop the other one. Special summon Blue Dog. Make, yeah, this is the standard line, right? It's like this summons the Blue Dog. This makes Unchained Soul of Rage. And then we declare this. Target this. This out. Sarama. This. Set a Ruha and pop it. I could have set a Ruha and popped it. Then I would have had this trap instead of that trap. But I think it's fine. Krolage, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. That's the thing about Unchained, when they play like multiple Thrust and Talons in their main deck, which most people do. 60 cards, 1 chaos space, but also 1 driver, so I guess it's fine. The Unchained board is actually quite vulnerable to board breakers. If they have like, if you back this up with 2 hand traps, it's so scary. But if your backup is like talents and thrust and shit, it's not that scary. There's no reason. I don't think I have a reason to do anything here. I don't think there's a reason to do anything here. So, Domi vote. Thank you for the 11. Appreciate that. See you in Dortmund. Now, the annoying thing is I can't use Wave King High Caesar on boot sector launch, right? Because it sells spell, trap card, or monster effect. Yeah. Striker Dragon. Can't decide a main. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate the first time prime. Thank you so much. So one thing I'm thinking, did they activate Striker Dragon? Did you draw a freaking 1 of driver, 1 of chaos space, 1 of boot sector launch? I don't think they activated Striker Dragon. Yeah, they didn't. The Dragon Link experience. They went all the way up to 60 cards to prevent this. So here I'm thinking, because I could go link off Striker Dragon into Unicorn, shuffle this into the deck. Means they don't get Romulus. But I could also just wait. They don't get a draw. Well, they still get the Chaos Space draw either way, right? Because that's banished. They do get a draw. They just don't get a search. That's fine. Let them do it. Yeah, you can continue. Yep. I'm just gonna hold my interruptions for when they commit more. Don't even play into TTT. I mean, I'm gonna have to play into talents at some point, right? Talents to me looks like one of the best cards against Unchained. Like whenever I play Unchained, it just feels like such a scary card to go up against. Yeah, okay. They did not draw the Ravine. Unfortunate. Kind of unlucky for us. It's kind of unlucky that they only drew Driver and Boot Sector. It's kind of cringe. The problem is that you didn't do the line with the Sharv in hand. Yeah, I will. I'll be honest with you. I've looked at Unchained a lot in theory. Like I've thought about it a lot and I've played against it a lot, but I haven't practiced all the lines for myself yet. That is something that if I bring this deck to Dortmund, I'm gonna have to improve a lot on. Is like just working through all the lines, like play around Nib, play around Bestials, keep the Sharvara in hand. Those type of things are things that I would definitely lab on before I would bring this deck to Dortmund. Okay, so here I'm thinking if they discard, we just pop it with Escape, and then we bring back Soul of Rage with Yama. That's how I'm feeling. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. This and this. Ooh, a Druis Worm. Well, Oh shit. Monka S. Just one? Well, then we can chain this. This and this. This. Unicorn. Shuffle the Druid Worm. Has to be it, right? I mean, I could make Griffin, but that's gonna be in a weird spot. I think it's this. So they have Caesar. Banish Yama. New chain. We're gonna activate this. And we're gonna activate this. I'm gonna pitch thrust. Target this. And set this one. So they haven't normal summoned. But maybe they don't have... If they don't have rocket access because we hit Ravine. I mean, we know about Boot Sector, right? That's the only thing we know. Boot Sector we know. Ooh. That's gonna be draw 2. Yeah. That's gonna be draw 2. No rockets. One time. Just no rockets one time. Boot Sector launch plus 3 cards. This hand... I mean, besides the fact that they opened Boot Sector launch, this hand is better than any hand I've ever drawn with 40 card Dragon Link. It's like Talons, Chaos Space, Droplet. It's pretty sick. And a Bestial. A good Bestial too. Ooh, but they pass. Alright. Ah! Hello. Darkness, my old friend. So... we have 5k damage. We just go... Chamber... I mean, we can just go Aruha. We could technically just go Aruha on Chamber, and that would be game. Right? We can even do more damage if we special Rakea, right? Rakea in the battle phase could still pop the Aruha for some more surprise damage. So 3k, this is exactly 8k. We can negate one Bestial. Let's proceed to the battle phase. Okay. Ah, okay. Regained hard draw, red eyes hard draw, boot sector hard draw. Okay, I actually feel bad. 60 cards. Still draw all the one-ofs. What's your opinion on whaling? You really think it's necessary, better than a third chamber? I don't have an opinion on that yet. I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't played enough Unchained to give you a sophisticated opinion on that. I think the card is good. I don't know if it's better than the third Reborn Trap. Alright, let's play the Runic deck. Let's play the Runic deck. Who wants to face Runics? Let's go. Mbata, you are the chosen one to get Runicked. Where are my Runics? Hello? Alright, let's see. Ooh, life. Is it a runic mirror match? We queue into a runic sprite mirror match and go second. Really? That's not good. No, because you don't have any. Fair enough. Fair enough. Not a runic mirror if you don't have any runics. That's true. Have you ever playtested Runic Chimera? I have. My problem with the deck is it's way too tight, and I don't think the Chimera cards do enough. They are good. They do something, but I don't think they do enough. All right, yeah, this is not looking good. We'll see. One Fountain, two Hugin, pitching evenly matched. All right. Is the Furhire build your favorite runic build? Well, my favorite ever? No. My favorite for this format? Probably. I think one problem of the Furhire cards in general is that they don't match up super well into Unchained. Like, most of the removal is destruction based, which is a problem in general. But with, I think with the Runic Furhire deck, you can reach critical, like, you just draw so many cards that you can just banish a lot of their resources and outgrind them that way, maybe. But with, like, Life Twins, you just keep destroying their shit, and you just can't get rid of that. The only good removal that Life Twin has against Unchained is, like, Trouble Sunny's Graveyard Effect. Which is very weird. Yeah, no problem. Your options are Tier, Runics, Furhire Sprite, Pearly, and Unchained for the next YCS. Currently I don't really consider the Furhire Runic Sprite deck for the YCS. I don't think it's in a good spot right now. Personally, I don't think I'm gonna be playing that deck, no. For me, usually I keep most of my options open until the very, like, until very late. Like, I'll usually decide what I'm playing on, like, Thursday or Friday. Draw one. Okay. Well, the good news is they didn't have, like, insane amounts of runics. They only had one, and they discarded evenly, so it's not terrible. We know one card in hand is another fountain, 3 unknowns. We'll see. It's not looking like we can break it, though. Like, this is yeah. That's good. That's good, at least. Main phase 1. Activate Fossil Dig. It depends a little bit on if they have good runics and if they have hand traps. Ooh, Chain Mask Arena. Yeah, sure. Griffon. Griffin effect. Another evenly, that's fine. So if I talents, they negate with Carrot. They have to tribute the evil twin. Now, one big issue. Griffin is so disgusting in Runic Mirrors. Griffin is so hard to deal with. It's so hard to deal with this Griffin. Like, how am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to deal with this Griffin? I can go Donpa. But I can't destroy it by card effects even. Like Dawn Pass Special Rex, I can pop, but not the Griffin. I can pop the Carrot. But that's not gonna work. I think... So if I try to take, they have to tribute the Evil Twin. If I try to take, they have to do, yeah, take. But how do I out it? Unicorn. I have to go Unicorn to out this shit. Take. Master Biscotto, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. All right, so that deals with the life twins. And now we try something. I don't know what we try, but we try something. Donner. If I normal summon, they just use the life twin to bring back Lila and pop my normal summon, and then I can't play at all. That's why I had to do the talents first. I had to force them to tribute this. So we go effect. What is it? Do you have freezing curses too? No shot. Oh. Oh. Okay. Special. Sprint. Oh, this is not gonna work out. Special red. Special summon, sprint. Activate starter. What do you mean thinking? Do you have... Oh, God. All right. Yeah. So my plan was to go blue here because I can actually activate it when it's linked by sprint. Then I can search Jet, which I can just special summon. I can't activate Jet, but it doesn't really matter because it doesn't have a target anyways. And then you just go, you overlay for Gigantic, probably. Or Mannequin Cat. I'm not sure if it's Mannequin. Probably not Mannequin. Probably Gigantic. And then we can trigger a Sprint. Because we haven't used Sprint to send, right? So we would detach here to bounce the Griffin. And then we could use the Gigantic to like summon summon Rex, grab the other spell, and maybe play this way. Like we are locked into 2s now, but we can still make like an IP maybe. Right? So we maybe there's a line, but like Ash was too much. All right. Let us play a Pearly game. Oh god, there's a lot of people. Okay. Feel free to let me know how you like the DB gameplay stream approach. You know, I always like to hear like feedback. There's also a feedback portion on the Discord, by the way. Also, Sushi God, thank you for the Prime. I don't think I said that yet. Thank you, appreciate that. Oh nah, did you really? Oh my god, dude, why would you do that? Why would you do that? I hope you bricked. I hope you don't have Sun Avalon combo. You probably don't have Sun Avalon combo if you start with that, right? If you start with that, you're just a Rika Andy. Which I'm not sure, but I'm thinking Pearly can potentially break just the Rika field. Can't they bridge? Well, I mean, you can go Glamour here and search Sunseed, but they've already normal summoned, right? But what do you mean? Our garden is fine. Our garden is completely fine. What do you mean? What are you saying? Why would you say that? Glamour. Okay, let's see what they do with Glamour. I guess you can go with the, if you have the level 8, right? If you have the, what is it called? Hard draw freaking. Okay. That one. Oh god, really? You had those two? Oh my god. This deck also has like 12 hand traps, or it's at least 9 hand traps. I'm not sure how many I put into this. And this the opener pretty much loses to any one of them. But we don't talk about that ever. Yeah. 2 dry ass. Let's go. Enjoy your dry ass. Arsar Reich, thank you for the 11 months. Isn't Demo the OCG, Andy? I believe Demo is an OCG player, yes. Is a nicer way of saying it. So the reason why Demo probably queues in here with combo decks like this is because in the OCG they are very used to just getting max seed every time. So I think they are really enjoying this right now. The fact that they can do this without getting max seed. That might be the reason why they're torturing me right now. Are you going to climb ladder on Master Duel today? I'm not. I'm not going to climb Master Duel ladder today simply because there's a YCS this upcoming weekend and I want to focus on that. What do you think about Centurion? I think Centurion is going to be very strong if we still have all of the level 12 synchro tools that we have right now. Like if we still have Crimson Dragon and and Calamity when we get those cards, I think it's going to be a very good deck. Which it's currently looking like it might happen. We'll see. But they might preemptively hit one of the cards. I think that's also a possibility. Okay. When your opponent activates a monster, during the main phase, target and affect monster your opponent corner deal take damage equal to its attack. If you did take damage, return it to the hand. Joshy, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. So, okay, so there's a Rika Princess. There's a Rika Princess that tributes a monster and negates a monster. There's a Bengal Lancer that I can imperm. I'm probably going to imperm the Bengal Lancer, see what Prosperity gives me, and then start like normal summon Pearly. Strenna will float. Yeah, but I can't do anything about it. Unless I would just... I could just go... Because they can only... they can only tribute when I activate a monster effect. So I could go double level 1 into a Zeus. The problem is if I Zeus, they just tribute it for cost, right? When your opponent activates a monster effect while you control a Rika monster... Yeah, they just tribute my Zeus, right? They just tribute my Zeus. Well, we can go with this first. Now, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think we need 2 Noirs. Don't think we need 2 Zeus. However, everything else we might actually need. So I think I can only go for 3 here. Because I don't know exactly what I'm going to need. It's just 3. Stray Pearly Street, Happy Memory. So, Stray Pearly Street would allow me to float and would stop this thing from targeting. But I have imperm for it anyways. But if I... Oops. If I take... If I take Stray Pearly Street... No, I take Happy Memory. I'm not sure if we can play through this, but it might be possible. I'll negate Bengal Answer. And then I'll just normal summon Pearly and hope we hit something juicy. Mill 3. Okay, we've hit some stuff here. All right, so we activate the effect to rank up. It's funny that it's exactly the 3 memories we already have. We have all 3 already. So I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll take this. Oops. This is bottom. So if I activate this, they have to negate, right? If I activate... I'm pretty sure... Yeah, let's activate this. I think they have to tribute it. Or like negate it with this thing. Because if they don't, I just get happiness. I go to battle phase and I go to town, right? Somewhat. I don't go to... it's not like crazy going to town, but somewhat going to town. I would have taken the Pretty. It's a better force to negate. I don't think Pretty Memory is very threatening to them. I don't think Pretty Memory is very threatening for them right now. Okay, so... I make happiness. And I do this. Can't I just go battle phase now? Attack Strenna. And because this happens in the damage step, they cannot use Princess. So I attack, I search, I attack, I have Bengal Lancer, I attack Bengal Lancer, I search again. You can banish the spells and then attach them. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So let's just go ahead and attack. The only problem is that Strenna is the exact same attack as Happiness. The same defense as Happiness. So effect. I will add Delicious Memory and have the Bengal Lancer. The only problem is that I cannot activate a quick play spell and then chain Happiness to attach it, because if I do that, they can then activate Rika Princess, right? That's why I don't want to. I cannot like kill this turn or anything. I just attack here. You can bounce field spell. No, as soon as I activate this to attach, they use this in the graveyard. This was not the right amount. This was 750 damage. Oh no, prosperity, right? Actually, they were right. Yeah. I mean, even then, under prosperity, we would never be able to kill them. So now it is simply, what do we add? What do I even add here? I'm not sure. Because I have every single memory spell already, but I think I just want more memory spells, honestly. I'm just going to add another Sleepy. I don't think I need the field spell right now. I really don't. Maybe it was the field spell. Anyways. So now, still in battle phase, we can go and activate Delicious Memory and then chain Happiness. And then they need to chain Princess. Pop. Target. And then I'm going to declare Happiness. Yep. Tribute. And then I pitch Pearly. And summon Pearl Lily. I think. Ash Pearl Lily. That's not a problem. I can just Zeus and play after now. Like, I can make a fat Zeus, right? Main phase 2. Perfect. Target. I don't even... It might not even have to be Zeus. I could also make a very, very big Noir. It wouldn't even be a big Noir at this point. It would be considered a fat Noir, I think. So you go attach to, and then you just activate a bunch of memories, attach them to it. Noir is not unaffected by your own card effects, right? Yeah, okay. So I can't like Zeus and then Noir. So I would activate Sleepy, attach it. Activate Sleepy, attach it. Attach to Noir. Do I even summon with any of the memories? I don't think I do. Could attach a pretty memory to like use the effect to suck up Strenna. Yeah, okay. I got it. So I'm gonna activate this to attach. I'm going to attach this, and I think I'm gonna attach this. Then I'm going to activate ready memory. Declare overlay. I'm gonna pitch happy early declare. Okay, my friend. I'm gonna activate my friend. Clear, pay 500. Actually, resolve. You detach after using spells from hand in case they don't let you attach. Oh, you mean you attach? Okay, fair. Yeah, fair enough. I will choose the field spell 3 times. Beep, beep, beep. Pop. Activate street. Now I'm gonna beauty. Send this to attach Strenna. And then honestly, I think I just attach both sleepy memories, so I get the maximum amount of juice draws, right? I can still attach twice with this plump. Right? I mean, why not? Is there a reason not to? I don't think so. Pop. Pop. Then we do this. I have no idea how many materials we have. This is not possible to see at all. Then we're gonna get rid of the Concon for Noir, definitely. So we're just gonna I detach Plump and Strenna targeting Concon. If you click on the materials, okay, I see. I did not know that. All right, so end phase, declare. Up. Whoop. Whoop. Pass. Hold up. Do I want that? We have 8 materials. Do I want to get rid of the pedal right away? Yeah. I can just do that in their standby phase though. Draw 3. And then I'm going to declare. Wait. Actually. Mod Phantom, thank you for the Prime. Also, Himza, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Will you test Runic Chimera? I have a Chimera build. I don't have a Runic Chimera deck build. We just have to be... I think we just use Noir's effect only on Concon. We have 8 materials, so after we use it twice, we're going to be affected. After we use it twice, we're going to be affected by effects, but I think it's going to be okay. I'm not sure how good Rika is at dealing with this situation. I don't think so. Is this OCG Maxi? No, they were just making a joke. Yes. I will be at YCS Bologna, yeah. I will be at YCS Bologna. I already bought my ticket. Can Concon tribute Noir? Yes, it can. I think it can. So we're going to detach this and detach a sleepy memory targeting the Concon. It's unaffected. Yeah. You like Crow? I think Crow is an interesting card in this format, yeah. I think Crow is decent. I'm not sure if I like it enough to main deck it yet, but I think it's an option. You could. This is once per turn, right? You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, okay. Oh, are we dance spioning already? Oh, we're desperate enough for that. Okay, well. Gamba. Let's go. Oh, they hide on fire. We're not playing only Pearly. We've been switching after every single game so far. We've already played some Runic, we've played some Unchained, we've played some Tearlaments. We're gonna just switch it around. I want to play a couple different decks for the format. And thank you for the 4. After this game, though, we're gonna have a short React Andy session because I have my food here. Lone Fire effect, sure. Sunseed Loci. Yeah. Draw 2. Well, yes. Was Runic good? We lost a Runic Sprite mirror match. We went second and drew no Runics, and they played Life Twin Runic Sprite and we just lost. It wasn't too spectacular of a game. All right. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really like Pearly, even though I don't feel like I'm not super confident with playing it yet, and with like the list and everything. I'm not 100% confident with it, but I like the deck a lot. I think it's very fun and cool and good and strong and all those things. My one gripe that I have with the deck is freaking D-Barrier. I'm afraid of D-Barrier like crazy with Pearly. That is one of my issues that I have with it. All right, chat. Very quickly, we're gonna keep playing. Don't worry if you haven't played yet. We're gonna play more games. It's just that I need to eat my food, and we're gonna have to watch a video while I'm doing it because I don't want to play and eat and talk to chat at the same time. That's a little bit much. I scrolled through my Discord this morning because there's a section called React Andy Suggestions where you guys can send videos that you would like me to react to. And I found a couple ones that are interesting. In particular, I found one that was from a channel that I think we've watched in the past called The Law Yu-Gi-Oh, where they do like Yu-Gi-Oh recaps for certain years and historic formats. And I thought that sounded interesting because we've definitely watched their videos before and enjoyed them. So there's a recap for the suggestion was a recap for 2009. That was one option that we could watch, which is this one. 2-hour recap? No. This is a little long. I'm not sure if we're gonna do all in one sitting. And we can speed it up slightly. But let's just hop right in. This is 2008 because we haven't seen that yet. This came out a month ago. The 2009 one came out like 2 days ago, but we skipped this one. We haven't seen this one yet.
Following the end of 2007, the game had just seen a couple of card releases that shook up the metagame significantly. Light and Darkness Dragon was released near the end of the year. Oh
my god, dude. Chat, 1 in chat if you've played back in the day, like 2008 era. 2 in chat if you didn't. But I remember this time, and freaking Light and Darkness Dragon has to be one of my favorite cards of all time. That has to be, like, that is one of the most iconic cards. For me personally, I love that card. I love that card so much.
Seeing mainstream success thanks to the last SJC of 2007 in San Mateo, slotting itself into Perfect Circle Monarchs like a glove. And a new face on the block, Dimensional Prison, had been released just after, waiting for its chance to prove itself in the upcoming metagame. The environment which these two occupied would be mostly static for the first month as we received the first set of the year, which judging from its contents was not poised to make nearly the impact desired.
Oh yeah, nah.
Duelist packs,
at the time, these duelist packs, I don't remember them having much in there. Jaden had Card Trooper, no?
3 and Jesse Anderson.
No.
Release date,
No.
January 26th, 2008. Set type, Duelist packs. Major strategies, Evil Hero, Crystal Beast.
There are some cards in here that were problematic later on. Like I'm seeing Phantom Sky Blaster, Grinder Golem. A lot of the cards that were not good at the time, but ended up being good later on.
Impact, problem cards in later eras. Jaden 3 and Jesse did practically nothing on release that would shake up the metagame, but they did include a couple of cards that would make waves as the game progressed forward into later eras. From Jaden 3, the primary focus was on the Evil Heroes released in the latter half of 2007, with a couple of new cards to boost the strategy like Infernal Prodigy, who could be special summoned if you controlled no monsters, being considerable as tribute fodder for some decks, and Dark Calling, a Miracle Fusion-like spell that banished materials from the—
Oh shit, you're in chat! Law YGO, hello! Hello, how you doing? I'm enjoying your videos. Appreciate that. Keep doing what you're doing.
hand or grave for Evil Heroes, treating the fusion as if it was done by Dark Fusion, seeing usage as an OTK enabler for Dark Gaia OTK decks that had occasionally popped up. For Jesse Anderson, the cards here would be more generically
I'm
focused,
going to link you to
like
the channel once we're done watching, so everyone
seeing some
that enjoyed it can
experimentation
go,
at the time, but
go
no
and
widespread
subscribe.
play. However, it did also release two cards that would become an issue far later down the road, with Phantom Sky Blaster and Grinder Golem, two monsters that could generate tokens in very different ways. Grinder Golem would see some experimentation at this point in time with the card Remove Brainwashing from Magician's Force,
That shit was
but mostly
so
these two
meme.
would be forgotten until around 2017 when a new era would
That
bring
was
them
so
both
meme,
back
dude.
into the spotlight. SJC Orlando would take place the same day as these pack releases, and was extremely notable at
Perfect Circle, I've actually picked up the cards for Perfect Circle recently, because I've been playing a lot of Edison, but I've been looking into some other formats to build Time Wizard decks for. Perfect Circle is one of them. I've gotten the cards for Perfect Circle, and I've also gotten myself the cards for like some Tengu Plant decks, because I just want to play more Time Wizard in different formats. Like I love Edison a lot, and I'm still gonna play Edison, but I love so many other formats as well.
as the first true testing grounds for the recently released Dimensional Prison. While Perfect Circle Monarch would take the majority of top spots, Gadget had a particularly impressive showing here with the new Battle Trap in tow. Cedric Sequeira would win the day with Perfect Circle here, showcasing Light and Darkness Dragon with 2 copies in his main board.
Well,
This
Perfect
would also
Circle
be
is
what is
such a-
considered the
such a
end of
cool
Perfect
deck.
Circle format, and rather abruptly too, as while the format was starting to show its true
What about Hat? I personally didn't like Hat very much. I did not like Hat very much at the time, and I don't remember it being a very cool format. Yeah, no, not really Hat. I've been thinking about making a discussion of like all of the historic formats of which ones I liked and which ones I didn't at some point. Like, let me know if that's something you'd like to see, but we could do like ranking all of Yu-Gi-Oh's historic formats or all of Yu-Gi-Oh's eras or some shit like that. I've been thinking about doing that, but Hat is not near the top for me. Like, I didn't like that.
potential, the next core set would release 2 weeks later, and it would, without exaggeration, change everything about the game moving forward.
Well, that's probably the best set of all time.
Phantom Darkness. Release date, February 13th, 2008. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Dark, Gemini, Gladiator Beast. Impact, the beginning of the second Tier 0 format. Phantom
probably...
Darkness was undoubtedly the most impactful set to the game release.
Freaking Phantom Darkness, to this day, I can think of very, very, very few sets that are as broken, or not broken is the right word, as impactful as Phantom Darkness. It's literally like Power of the Elements and maybe the Pepe set, or maybe Duelist Revolution is not even close. For me it's probably Phantom Darkness, like strongest set of all time. That's
within the GX era, on par with Cybernetic Revolution. And it was because with its release came a monster so unbelievably powerful that it would warp the metagame around it for almost the remainder of the year. The monster in question was Dark Armed Dragon, a boss that could only be special summoned if you had exactly 3 darks in grave, and could banish a dark from grave to pop a card on field as many times as it wanted in a turn. Just as a reminder, at this point in time, priority was still in effect, meaning that the moment Dark Armed came down, it was popping something, even if the opponent had a removal option. This card released alongside a series of cards specifically designed to promote a dark monster strategy with graveyard dumping tools and...
I never owned this card at the time. I never owned this card at the time because 2008, I was freaking 12 years old. I turned 13 that year, but probably after Phantom Darkness release. I was chilling at locals without freaking any access to $200 Dark Armed Dragon or €200 or something, 150 euros. I didn't have that like freaking €1,000 crush card. I didn't have the Allure of Darkness, Destiny Draw, Malicious, all that stuff. I didn't have any of that. I just played freaking plants. I played freaking plants. I went Lone Fire into Titanial, and that's all I did. But that's why to this day, like Dark Armed Dragon is one of the most iconic cards because it was like it's one of the cards I was never able to afford at the time.
Swarming, such as Armageddon Knight, who dumped a dark from deck on summon, Dark Horus, Creator, and Nephthys, who all had similar summoning conditions to Dark Armed Dragon, just a little less effective presence or too high investment summon, and Dark Grepher and Allure of Darkness, which were both brand new TCG exclusives on release, providing additional grave filling and card draw to the deck that benefited the strategy greatly. Dark Armed Dragon decks, or DAD decks for short, would rapidly take over the meta following this release, which we'll see with the next SJC. While DAD did take the spotlight here almost immediately, there were still other releases in the set worth talking about as it applied to the game as a whole. Yubel was a new series of monsters and the cover monster of the set, able to cycle up their bosses if a previous version is destroyed by a card effect, with all unable to be destroyed by battle, all destroying anything that attacked them, burning the opponent for the monster's attack, Terror Incarnate destroying all monsters on the field except itself at the end phase of your turn, and Ultimate Nightmare able to apply the destroy and burn effects even if it's the one that's doing the attacking. Yubel and her brood would see absolutely no play at this point in time, but a notable point for them was also that Yubel's floating condition could be triggered by popping her while she's still in the hand, which would be notable if a card ever could do that specifically. Cyber Valley was a new monster that could banish itself in various situations to net the controller draws or recursion, able to banish itself when attacked to draw 1 and end the battle phase, banish itself and another monster on your field to draw 2, or banish itself and a card from your hand to stack a card in grave on top of the deck. Out of all of these effects, one probably stood out the moment I mentioned it, and yes, that's why it was played. Cyber Valley not only stalled an entire battle phase on its own, warranting a monster removal prior to the battle phase, but also replaced itself with a card draw, similarly to how Card Trooper did before. Gemini received a few new pieces here with Gemini Lancer, Future Samurai, and the one worth mentioning, Gigaplant, with an effect similar to Illbloods, letting you revive plants and insects from the grave, which was particularly useful for Gemini strategies, as that meant you could revive Blazewing Butterfly or the new TCG exclusive Lone Fire Blossom, who could tribute off a plant once per turn, including itself.
Gigaplant? Was it like Gigavise, the Supervise? As soon as was Supervise already out at the time? They're probably gonna say it, but freaking Gigaplant was always a deck that I liked a lot. I thought it was very, very cool, but I never actually got to really play it because it was never. To me, it never felt quite good enough. But it was always very, very cool.
Summon any plant from deck, which could be another Gigaplant. Gladiator Beast would receive a couple of new pieces in Darius, who revives a Gladiator Beast in grave on its tag-out summon, and Proving Grounds, a search spell for Gladiator Beast monsters, which would give the deck a little more power, enabling easier access to Heracles.
I thought they always had
Super Ancient Deep Sea King Sekila would see some experimentation at the time with various fish strategies, but see no success in the short term. However, it would become relevant fairly soon after this with an FTK deck in the near future. Super Polymerization let you fusion summon using monsters from either field without the opponent getting to respond, being referred to as spell speed 4 in the community, which at this point was way ahead of its time. Fusion materials at this stage were still mostly rigid with very few generic fusions in the current pool, so it wouldn't see play at this time, but would rise in popularity as more and more generic fusions became available. Lastly, Zombie would see a significant release here with Goblin Zombie, an
too.
OCG import card that had actually been in the OCG for 5 years prior to this release, being a promo from a Reshef of Destruction game guide in 2003.
This is the best set
Goblin
of all
Zombie
time.
milled the opponent for 1 when it dealt battle damage, and searched a zombie from deck with 1200 or less defense when sent to grave, being mandatory and couldn't miss timing, being among some of the only searchers of its kind, alongside Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest. SJC Houston would be the first testing grounds of this release, taking place 10 days later on February 23rd, and the new dominant threat of Dad was apparent. 9 of the top 16 went to the newly created Dad Return strategies, which aim to abuse Dad's Banish Pop effect with Return from the Different Dimension, Escape from the Dark Dimension, and Dimension Fusion to quickly swarm and control a board to end the game.
This deck, hold up. 3 Dark Armed Dragons, $600. This thing, Prometheus, or Prometheus, I don't know how you say it. This shit was expensive, because this is also a secret rare from Phantom Darkness. Dark Lord Zerato was not cheap, because it's also a secret rare from Phantom Darkness. Allure of Darkness was, I believe, the ultra rare was between 25 and 40 somewhere. I don't remember exactly. The ultimate rare was way more expensive, but ultra rare, like cheapest version, you would get like 25 to 30 maybe. Maybe it was even more than that. Crush card at the time, I believe, was still only an ultra rare, so that shit was $1,000 or more. Shout outs to everyone who wants prize cards to be playable, by the way. Yeah, no, this main deck is $2,000 probably. Even without the crush card, it would be around 1,000. So it's extremely, it's like crazy times at the time.
The Different Dimension, Escape from the Dark Dimension, and Dimension Fusion to quickly swarm and control a board to end the game. In addition to Dad Return strategies, Explosion OTK would see a significant boost in popularity here thanks to Cyber Valley, who provided either stalling with his battle phase ending effect or draw power with his banishing effect.
It's not based because it's an FTK, but it's based because it's Cyber Valley, Destiny Draw, Demok. Like, this shit's based. I love this deck. Somehow I love this deck, even though it's an FTK.
The spell grinding that much more effective. However, neither one of these strategies would take the event. Jonathan Moore, or more commonly known as House of Champs to the community, would win the event with 6 Samurai, being a surprising run for the deck to have in the newly oppressive metagame. This would be followed by a banlist.
This shit, by the way, I'm looking at this right now as we speak. The fact that this deck won the event makes no sense. There's no way that deck was better than the other 2 decks. There's just no shot.
6 Samurai, being a surprising run for the deck to have in the newly oppressive metagame. This would be followed by a banlist update on March 1st, aimed at balancing the meta from the previous few months, but seeing as how Phantom Darkness
what were people calling with reasoning? If they didn't know what your deck was, they would probably call 1 because of Cyber Valley. Yeah.
Wouldn't be hitting Dad at all. Newly banned were Breaker the Magical Warrior and Magician of Faith, who seem to be consistently moving on and off the ban list, and Call of the Haunted, aimed specifically at the zombie decks of late 2007, abusing it with Card of Safe Return. Newly limited were Ryza as a hit to Monarch strategies, Advanced Ritual Art as a hit to the Demise OTK, Monster Reborn, returning from 0, Nobleman of Crossout, down from 2 as a generic staple hit, and Ojama Trio as a nerf to Baboon Burn strategies. Newly.
See, this is the thing. People complain about out of touch ban list these days sometimes, but look at this, dude. The meta is a $2,000 Dark Armed Dragon deck, and they ban Breaker and Magician of Faith, Call of the Haunted, and freaking limit Advanced Ritual Art, Nobleman of Crossout, and shit like that. Like, talk about an out of touch ban list today. Like, what the hell is this? What the hell kind of ban list is this after they release freaking Phantom Darkness onto the world? And they're like, yeah, okay, it's probably about time, dude. It's probably about time for Nobleman of Crossout to be limited. Right? Now we pull the trigger on that thing. Let's go.
And Ojama Trio as a nerf to Baboon Burn strategies.
Because
newly semi'd were Cyber Dragon as a machine and a generic nerf, Light and Darkness Dragon as a nerf to Perfect Circle, Necroface in response to a potential mill deck with the new Phantom Darkness cards, Foolish Burial as it was synergistic with the new Dark cards, and Book of Moon, Mage Power, and Magical Stone Excavation, all up from 1. Lastly, released from the list here were Apprentice Magician, Green, Yellow, and Red gadgets, Jinzo,
right,
Creature Swap,
the gadgets were semi-limited. That's so funny.
And Reckless Greed. all up from 2. SJC Costa Mesa would follow directly after.
Oh, who would have thought that after this super in touch with the format ban list, the Dark Arm Dragon Return goes from like 30% top cut to friggin' almost 60% top cut or something. Who could have ever seen that coming? That's a shocker, dude.
This list a week later on March 8th, and with it, we'd see the absolute dominance of Dad Return on the meta now that its primary competition of Perfect Circle had been nerfed so significantly. 21 of the top 32 at this event were Dad Return, cementing it as an absolute menace on the format with no other deck even coming close to dethroning it, with Lazaro Bolido taking the event with it, claiming the first copy of the new SJC prize card Doom Caliber Knight along
That's a
with
name
it,
I haven't
which
heard
itself
in a long
was a
time.
powerful threat in a deck like Dad Return. There was also a new Duelist Pack Collection 10 released between Costa Mesa and Columbus,
Prisma.
but the only card of note it brought was Card Ejector, which was so significantly too slow for the meta that was almost instantly forgotten. SJC Columbus took place just 3 weeks after Costa Mesa on March 29th, and we'd see similar results with Dad Return taking 13 of the top 16 for this event. There was a single new deck that did pop up from this event, being Spell Economics FTK,
Yeah, that
which
deck is
aimed to use
crazy.
Spell
That deck is crazy. Spell Economics FTK, because it's like, what is the loop? You don't have to pay to activate your spell cards. So you can just repeatedly use Dimension Fusion without paying 2,000, and then you just bring Demok back. Yeah, you need the Shadow Priestess of Ohm, which is Tributed Dark to inflict some damage. You need a Demok on the field or banished, and you just keep tributing it. You keep adding back Dimension Fusion and activating it for free. Yeah, that's what you do.
Economics in combination with Dark Magician of Chaos to cycle Dimension Fusion indefinitely, powering some tribute to burn monsters to clean up the game like Tomb Cannon Soldier or Shadow Priestess of Ohm, who would tribute Demok constantly to put it back out of play, revive it with Dimension Fusion, return Fusion to hand, and repeat. Jerry Wang would win the event with Dad Return, incorporating the Cyber Valley engine into the deck with Machine Duplication to provide significant drawing power. If it seemed like Dad decks were already overpowered in the meta, it was about to get significantly worse, as the next structure deck released 3 days later would spike its power up yet again.
Wait, what was it? I want to guess it. A structure deck that spikes Dark Armed's power. 2008. Wait, is it Kaya's time? Is it Kaya's time? It's Kaya's time. Oh my god, it's Kaya's time. Oh.
The Dark Emperor. Release date, April 2nd, 2008. Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, macro. Impact, the rich get richer. The Dark Emperor structure deck was the 12th TCG structure deck, and it seemed to be learning from all of the mistakes of the previous structure decks by releasing some of the highest concentrations of both good new cards for use in the meta, as well as reprints for big cards of the time.
It was
in terms
such
of
a
new
good
cards,
structure deck.
Caius the Shadow Monarch would give Ryza some actual competition for the title of Best Monarch, banishing 1 card on field on Tribute Summon, then burning the opponent for 1,000 if you banish
What
the
do you mean competition for the title of Best Monarch? That shit was the best Monarch.
monster. Matching the new macro end boss, the deck also brought Dimensional Alchemist.
I love Reza, dude. I don't like to put disrespect on my man's Reza's name, but Caius was the better Monarch, dude. Caius is the better card.
Which banished the top card of your deck once per turn to gain 500 attack that turn,
Alchemist
returning
also
a banished monster to hand when destroyed. And DDR, Different Dimension
Also
Reincarnation,
based. I love
which acted like
DDR.
premature burial for banished monsters, taking a discard instead of life points. These 3 cards would all see
these
usage
videos
following
make
this
me so
release,
nostalgic,
with DDR
dude.
finding its way into Dad
It's-
Return decks immediately, while Caius and Alchemist would take a little time to find their place in the metagame. Although once it was figured out, Caius would move from here to be one of the most important staple pieces of the metagame. As for reprints, this set pulled no punches, reprinting Kaiku, Bazoo, Exiled Force, Banisher of the Radiance, DD Warrior, Warrior Lady, Scout Plane, Survivor, Master, and Assailant, MST, Knock,
that's
Soul
a busted
Release,
structure.
Rhoda,
Yeah, no.
Econ,
Great.
Vortex, Braincon, D-Fissure, Return,
everything is
Torrential,
fire. Stop.
Bottomless, Karma Cut, and Macro, making this one of the most concentrated bursts of good reprints ever up until this point. And the reprint train wouldn't stop here, as on the same day, the first in a popular long line of reprint sets would also be released, showcasing some of Yu-Gi-Oh's best and worst reprint practices in
What is
one
it?
place.
Oh no, Gold Series 1? Oh, it's Gold Series 1.
Release date, April 2nd, 2008. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, staples of the meta for the last few years.
Bro.
Impact, tendencies on full display. The first ever Gold Series was released in April of 2008, and with it would come a staple of Yu-Gi-Oh! For the foreseeable future, regular reprint sets. After a meta card has been available for usually around a year, it will be made available.
Truly, it was a good set. So the thing is, I can't really speak to whether it was a good set or not, because I was freaking 12 years old at the time, but what I do know is that I loved this set. I loved Gold Series. For me, this shit hits right home. For me, and this is to this day I still like the gold rares from the first gold series. The first and second gold series one, the look of them, I still like them. You guys know I hate on gold rares sometimes, but the first and second gold series ones I actually like because of how nostalgic they feel to me and because of how much I loved these sets as a kid. And even though Crush Card from this thing was still like, I want to say $200, which is still crazy, of course, for a freaking card at the time. But it was finally something that like a mortal human being could actually acquire. Like I eventually traded for a Crush Card from this set for like, I gave them like half of my binder or like my entire binder at the time. I gave them everything, dude. And then I had a Crush Card. And then it got stolen at a tournament that I went to, which is another story for another day. But this thing finally got me to own a Crush Card at some point.
For reprint sometime in the near future alongside other meta-viable cards in a condensed reprint set.
Not only did it get stolen, but I got a game loss because they noticed it during a deck check. I didn't even notice it. I got deck checked at some point and then I got a game loss because my Crush Card was missing. I was like, cool.
Which can include reprints of cards from many years prior if they've popped up in meta viability recently. Gold Series was the first set to truly do this to the extent we know today, bringing reprints of popular meta cards like Jinzo, Don Zalug, Breaker the Magical Warrior, DD Warrior Lady, D-Mok, Cyber Dragon, Silva and Gold, Doomdozer, Grandmaster of the Six Samurai, Chimera Tech Overdragon, Heavy Storm, Rhoda, BrainCon, Mirror Force, Torrential, Rivalry of Warlords, Skill Train, and probably the most substantial reprint of all, Crush Card Virus, being its first reprint since its stint as the SJC prize.
Arguably not even, I don't think this counts as a reprint, dude. This is a print. This is not a reprint. This is what you call a print. The card existed. Now.
Part of early 2007. However, there's a catch with this particular reprint, being the first real instance of short printing in.
If you could choose one prize card to own, chat, which one would it be? Off of like all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Shonen Jump, YCS prize. For me, it's Crush Card. Mine is Crush Card. I honestly think for me, just for nostalgia reasons, I could not choose a YCS prize card. For me, it would have to be a Shonen Jump prize card. Like Crush Card is insane. Gold Sark is crazy. Dark and Dragon is cool. Freaking, what's the other one that I'm missing? Cyberstein is also insane. Doom Caliber Knight. It might just be a nostalgia thing for me, but those five just hit different.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Crush Card Virus was so heavily short-printed in this run of Gold Series that it was rumored to only be in 1 out of every 5 cases of Gold Series, which was unquestionably one of, if not the absolute worst, cases of short printing in the entire history of the game. This was not made clear prior to the set's release, and almost overnight, the card once again shot up into the hundreds for a single copy, which was made even worse by the fact that the undeniably best deck in the format played the card as a staple piece
This was
of the
cringe
deck.
behavior. This was genuinely cringe behavior because like everyone wanted Crush Card and then everyone realized, dude, you only pull one like every other like freaking moon. It was very hard to come by a Crush Card. I don't think I ever witnessed someone pull a Crush Card or pulled one myself from Gold Series 1. I traded for mine at some point, but like it was crazy.
SJC Minneapolis would be held a little over a week later on April 12th, and once again, Dad Returned would be the most dominant in the tournament, with many builds now opting for the newly...
I remember that year 2008, German National Championship was actually won by Gladiator Beast, which is something that people didn't really expect at the time.
Release DDR as an extension piece. We would also see the return of zombies in the meta with a 4th place finish, using Solemn Judgment at its full 3 copies as a way to count out the dad.
This deck, dude. Triple card of safe return. Oh my god. Fun fact that I am 95% sure is true. I might be chatting here, I'm just saying that. But I think people, old heads in chat can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But I think at the time, you did not need a target for Zombie Master in the graveyard to activate that. Is that am I misremembering that? I think that's correct, right? Correct, right? Yeah. So literally, what people would do is you activate Card of Safe Return, 1, 2, 3 copies of it, normal summon Zombie Master, and just pitch, revive what you pitch. Now, I'm not sure if the exact cutoff for that was 2008. That was possible at some point. It was definitely possible at some point. I don't know when exactly it changed. But I just thought of that when I saw the when I saw this list. Was it not similar for Lightsworns? So it's funny that you say that, but I think at some point after Lumina released, there was a lot of confusion because they corrected it. Maybe it was after Lumina released they corrected it, and then it wasn't possible for Lumina, and that got a lot of people confused because, hey, I could do it for Zombie Master, why can I not do it for Lumina? I think I remember something like that.
Format, as negating the summon would prevent a priority pop and put their dark count in grave at 4.
This seems like the perfect list for that to be included in. I mean, yeah, this is the kind of list you would be playing if you didn't have Dark Arm. That's what you have to understand. Like, people did not bring this to a tournament because they thought it was the best deck in the format. This is the type of deck you would have to be playing if you didn't have Dark Arm, right? Like, because at the time, like, budget was a genuine issue, right? It's not just like even at the highest level of competition, there were people who could obviously not afford 3 Dark Arm Dragon and a Crush Card Virus, which is almost $2,000. After Gold Series, it was still $1,000 to own 3 Dark Armed and a Crush Card, roughly. So, like, freaking, this is a budget option. It's a budget option, even though you still needed like 3 Goblin Zombie and Illblood, which is still expensive and allure. But they are playing this deck because they didn't have Dark Arm, most likely.
Adds in the format, as negating the summon would prevent a priority pop and put their dark count in grave at 4.
This Threatening Roar is crazy. Well, Threatening Roar was like not bad at the time because it would be like if the opponent goes for a big turn with Dark Arm Dragon, you would just Threatening Roar and try to clear the board next turn. It wasn't bad, actually.
Appearance, with first place going to Paul Levitin on Gladiator Beast, giving him his...
This deck is so based. This deck is so based,
second
man.
SJC win. Similarly playing triple
Shadow Mirror main deck,
triple Shadow Imprisoning Mirror in the main deck to counter out...
This was the time where main decking Floodgates was still considered an innovation. This is when Yu-Gi-Oh community was not completely freaking like scarred to death with Floodgates, you know? Like this was the time where, you know, it was actually not outrageous to play Floodgates.
Dad. Even with other decks finally finding a footing into the meta, it was clear that Dad Return was far overdue. And on May 9th, an emergency ban list would go into effect
emergency meeting.
The menace. Dimension.
Okay, I was about to say, what happened? I know Dimension Fusion got banned. Was anything else on it?
Fusion was banned, Return from the Different Dimension was limited, and Allure of Darkness was semi-limited here.
Semi-allure,
all hits concentrated on bringing Dad's presence in the meta.
Such a weak-ass hit to freaking... Like, think of all the lists we've just seen. Think of how little this does, once again. Like, this is the emergency ban list. They got rid of the FTK, Allure goes from 3 to 2, and Return goes down to, like, 1. But it was just an FTK emergency ban list. Everything else remained the same.
Back down by a substantial amount. And there was no
Did Dark Arm not go to 1? No, Dark Arm was at 3 for a long time. Then it got semi-limited, and then it got limited. It went to 2 and then to 1.
Picture of the results from this in SJC Nashville the next day on May 10th, where Dad Return would claim a staggering 14 spots in the top 16, showing that the nerfs were effectively useless to the deck's performance, taking all 8 spots in the top 8. The 2 Monarch strategies are worth noting here, however, as both had swapped using Caius as their primary Monarch of choice.
Literally budget deck, nothing else. Like, this deck is pennies at the time. At the time, this deck was pennies. Literally, nothing in here was money. Nothing in here was money. This is what you would have to play if you didn't have the money for 3 Dark Arm Dragons and a Crush card. This is what you would end up doing.
2 Monarch strategies are worth noting here, however, as both had swapped using Caius.
It's still an incredibly based deck. Don't get me wrong. It's really cool.
Exceptionally interesting as its field spell Necrobat.
It was like a year sooner. This was meta, and they would just like play this deck a year later. Add in Caius. That's the only new card you have. Pretty much everything else is still from a year ago, just because you couldn't afford or didn't want to afford the Dark Arm stuff, right?
Prevented a good portion of what Dad decks aimed to accomplish. Jason Holloway would win the day on Dad Return, showcasing how the deck had adapted to the ban list, adding in copies of Escape from the Dark Dimension to offset the lack of fusion and returns, in addition to pivoting to a more perfect circle core to offset the losses.
This was a good format. I wish it wasn't so like high barrier of entry at the time, because I'm looking at this, and yes, this deck is incredibly powerful. But it looks very cool. I would have loved to play this at the time, but I personally could not. I played Yu-Gi-Oh at the time. I did not have any of this available, right? I would have loved to play this, but I could not, right? Even D-Draw. Yeah, D-Draw was $20. D-Draw was $20. a lot of this stuff was not cheap. Like, yeah.
And returns, in addition to pivoting to a more perfect circle core to offset the losses in the dad core. Relief would soon arrive for the format from this period, as the next set would aim to balance out the overwhelming presence of dark decks in the format with the introduction of a few light ones to counter them out.
Oh, Light of Destruction. Oh, yes, let's go.
Light of Destruction.
Dude.
Release date, May 13th, 2008. Set type,
Geysers.
Major strategies, Lightsworn, Arcana Force, Battery Man. Impact, balancing out the format. Light of Destruction was the second core set of 2008, and it would bring waves of new archetypes and support for older.
I don't know if it's just nostalgia, dude, but this specific year, like 2008, 2009, 2010, those are the years of Yu-Gi-Oh that hit the closest to home for me, because that's when I started playing like locals every week. Sometimes even daily I would go to locals. This is probably the time where I played the most Yu-Gi-Oh! Like literally probably more than I even do these days, right? These years I would like literally play so much of this game. These hit home so hard, dude.
Ones that would effectively balance out the dad return meta landscape. With most of
mind linking the video? I was gonna link it at the end, but yes, I can just give you the link right now in case you want to subscribe or share it or whatever. It's a very well made video. It's just I love these for the nostalgia that they provide. It's very, very good. It's very well made
on light monsters, similarly to how Phantom Darkness focused on darks.
Has there ever been a stronger 1-2 punch set like Phantom Darkness into Light of Destruction? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's ever been 2 consecutive sets with as much impact. There's no shot. There's no shot.
With even a couple of generic light pieces like Guardian of Order, a TCG exclusive that could special summon itself if you controlled 2 or more light monsters, and Honest, who could be discarded from your hand during the damage step to have your monster gain the attack of the monster it was battling, giving all light decks
I got the 2009 one up too. Yeah, that's the one that got recommended to me, but then I realized I hadn't watched the 2008 one, so that's why we're watching this one first. I don't think we're going to do both today, simply because they're pretty long, but we're going to do this one, and then we're going to do the other one at some point for sure.
Battle trick that would win you any combat. Its headliner archetype was Lightsworn, a series of light monsters that had powerful effects on the condition of sending cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard at some point, usually at the end of the turn, an effect which we will be referring to as its community term.
At the time, once again, because I'm trying to pinpoint the time, I'm trying to pinpoint the exact point in time where I was able to play meta decks for the first time. And I don't think it was right here, because at the time of release, Light of Destruction, like Lightsworn, was also an incredibly expensive deck. And the same is actually true for Gladiator Beast. Gladiator Beast was actually quite expensive because you needed Test Tiger, which was expensive. You needed Geysirus, which was like 10 or 15 bucks. And you needed like Heraklinos, which was a secret rare only, and that was money as well. So yeah. Was JD more than 100? I want to say JD was exactly 100 at the time in Germany. That's what I remember JD being. I remember JD being 100 bucks. Maybe it was even more than that.
Of milling from now on. These members included Jane, who boosted to 2100 when
You played GB? My first meta decks that I ever played were Lightsworn and Gladiator Beast, but not at that point in time. I was able to afford... We're probably going to get to that at some point, but I was able to afford Lightsworn and Gladiator Beast for the first time when they got their first wave of reprints. When they reprinted Heraklinos in a special edition. They reprinted Charge of the Light Brigade. They reprinted Honest. They reprinted JD. When those kind of reprints dropped, I was able to afford those decks. Not at this point in time.
Packing and mill 2 in the end phase. Lila, who could move itself to defense mode to pop a spell or trap and mill 3.
But I would make use of a lot of the Lightsworn cards in my other decks, right? I would use a lot of Raiko, I would use a lot of Lila, and whatnot. Of course, only I would at that point I'm still like 12 or 13 years old. I'm not traveling, I'm just playing locals and stuff. But I would keep like putting these kind of cards into my decks. Still, even though I didn't have Judgment Dragon, I didn't have all the other stuff, but I would play stuff like Lila and Raiko and all that kind of stuff in all kinds of other decks.
In the end phase, Garoth, who mill 2 anytime a Lightsworn monster milled,
so I don't know,
one
for me,
each Lightsworn monster milled by this effect.
Somehow, even though I'm looking back at it and I'm like, these cards were so insanely expensive at the time, which is crazy, right, to think about. But I still don't remember ever being like frustrated by that. because it never stopped me from like keeping like my enjoyment for the game or whatever, my fascination for working with what I had at the time. Like, it was never real. I don't remember it being an issue somehow. Even though, of course, there would be games like at locals where I would lose to someone because they had the good stuff and whatnot. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Lumina, who could discard a card to revive a Lightsworn monster, milling 3 in the end phase. Raikou, who popped a card on flip effect, milling 3 when it did. Wolf, who special summoned itself if milled,
maybe
unable to be summoned
me
normally.
Kid,
Celestia, who milled 4 on tribute summon to destroy 2 cards the opponent controlled. Gragonith, who gained 300 attack and defense for every different Lightsworn name in the grave and dealt piercing damage, milling 3 in the end phase. And the payoff card for the entire archetype, Judgment Dragon, who could be special summoned from the hand if you had at least 4 differently named Lightsworn monsters in grave, could pay 1,000 life points to nuke the board, and milled 4 in the end phase. Judgment Dragon itself was such a powerhouse thanks to the priority rule, able to hit the board and nuke it before the opponent got a chance to respond, and fulfilling its summoning condition was extremely simple thanks to the milling effect of all the Lightsworn cards. In addition to this baseline, they also received Solar Recharge, which sent a Lightsworn from hand to grave to draw 2 and mill 2, and the TCG exclusive monsters Arcus, who gave your Lightsworns targeting protection and milled 2 in the end phase, and Aaron, who shuffled any defense monster.
Aaron is probably my favorite Lightsworn. I love Aaron. But I didn't know that was a TCG exclusive. I had no idea.
She attacked into the deck and milled 3 in the end phase. Lightsworn would move from here to be a major player in the space, mostly thanks to the raw power of Judgment.
Do you want to know what people did to beat Lightsworn at the time? Like, what your go-to side deck would be? I'm not sure if it's right at release, but at some point during 2008, 2009, the funniest shit that people would do against Lightsworn is you would just side cards like freaking some light mirror was a thing, but one very, very common thing was to just side deck cards like Vaboku and Threatening Roar, because when Lumina was still at 3, the deck would very constantly set up like multiple Luminas plus Garroth on the first turn, and they would mill so many cards, and you would just go set Vaboku and you would let them deck themselves out. That was literally the meta at that. That was literally a meta at the time, to just let the Lightsworn opponent deck themselves out because they always mill so freaking much, right? And like they would have to go like JD, blow up their own shit so they wouldn't die to all the mills. Because you go Lumina mill 3, Garroth mill 2, draw cards. The next Lumina mill 3, Garroth mill 2. You just draw so many cards, mill so many cards that you just flip that and deck out. Some Lightsworn players would even play Spirit Burner to stop that, because Spirit Burner is an equip spell that when it's in your graveyard in your draw phase, instead of your normal draw, you can add it to your hand. People would do that so they don't die to decking themselves out in Lightsworn.
Dragon, but would suffer many of the same weaknesses as Dad Return due to their bosses having similar summoning mechanics, causing it to occasionally get caught in the crossfire. Arcana Force would be the other new archetype introduced here, being a series of monsters whose effects are either beneficial or detrimental to the user based on the results of a coin flip on summon, with practically all of them being subpar for the current metagame. Although Zero the Fool would see some play purely due to it being a settable wall similar to Marshmallow, who was limited at the time. Battery Man would receive a significant wave of support here for an archetype that saw very little put into it to begin with, giving them Charger, who summoned a Battery Man from deck on tribute summon, Microcell, who special summoned a lower level Battery Man from deck on flip, then drew a card when destroyed after, and Industrial Strength, who could special summon itself by banishing 2 Battery Men in grave.
No, this is one of the decks I actually played. I remember this. I didn't play it very much or very often, but I did have a Battery Man deck at the time, because I thought Industrial Strength was basically Dark Armed Dragon in my budget. I played it a little bit. I played that deck. I remember that.
And could banish a Thunder and Grave.
Yeah, it was Dark Armed Dragon for my
support
budget.
Would put some eyes on Battery Man as a strategy, but there were still too few power cards to make the deck work at the time. On the other side of the pond, you had Frogs, who received 2 new support pieces, and Unifrog, who could attack directly and, if you controlled another frog when you did, destroy a spell or trap on field, and Substitoad, who could tribute a monster on field to summon a frog from the deck. Substitoad was seen as incredibly useful out the gate thanks to its ability to turbo out a Treeborn frog from the deck, but it failed to make a splash in the meta at the time due to the lack of a proper payoff for loading the grave with frogs at the time, outside of Monarch-related strategies, which were already weaker in the current state of the game. Jinzo Returner was an interesting piece of support aimed at retraining the previous Jinzo number 7 into a monster that properly supported the titular monster, who didn't exist at number 7's release, able to attack directly and summon Jinzo from the grave when it was sent to grave, destroying the summoned Jinzo at the end phase, but was primarily intended to help summon Jinzo Lord.
Substitoad is a $30 card right now, is it? I mean, it's still not gotten a reprint to this. I was about to say remix. It hasn't gotten a reprint to this day, right?
Who could only be special summoned by tributing a Jinzo on field, had the same trap negate effect, and could destroy all face-up traps to burn the opponent for each. While Lord saw effectively no play, Returner
Lord
would
sucked,
find an
but
interesting
Returner was
home in the
cool.
coming months that we'll talk about soon. Volcanic Queen was a weaker version of Lava Golem in many ways, only taking one tribute to summon and giving the choice of either a tribute or a burn, but it also allowed the opponent to burn back with its effect, making it noteworthy but not too useful for the time. Golden Ladybug could be revealed in hand every turn to gain 500 life points, which would be seen from time to time in stall strategy side decks, specifically those centered around Final Countdown in later years thanks to its ability to win in time. Phantom Dragon was seen as a sort of counter to the special summon heavy decks, allowing you to summon it on the opponent's turn at the cost of 2 of your own monster card zones, in addition to the one it copied, seeing occasional side deck play. Golden Bamboo Sword was an interesting payoff to the previously released Broken Bamboo Sword, letting the controller draw 2, which would see experimentation in FTK decks. Limit Reverse was effectively called the Haunted for
Limit Reverse
monsters,
was sick.
seeing experimentation in some strategies. Summon Limit was a continuous trap that limited both players to a total of 2 summons in a turn, which would see heavy amounts of side deck play over the years. Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo was an OCG import that, when flipped, destroyed all special summon monsters on the field and prevented special summoning while on the field.
It's funny because at the time, none of these cards were like super oppressed. Like Fossil Dyna was seeing play, but it never like it was like decks were not as linear as to like one floodgate would destroy the entire thing of the deck. Like there was like so many like the key why floodgates weren't oppressive at the time or too oppressive at the time was because they would only counter like a fraction of the deck, right? It wouldn't like there was no deck where the entirety of the deck was just special summons, right? Every deck had normal summons with more than 1200 attack. And every deck had some form of back row removal or playing without that. It's like Shadow Imprisoning Mirror against dark decks is like the only example of a floodgate that shuts down pretty much the entire strategy of a deck, because the deck was one of the first like super linear decks, like light and dark mirror against Lightsworn and Dark Armed. That was like the first only thing that actually shut down the entire deck. Everything else was only like good against a fraction of the deck. Like you would use Fossil Dyna. It was probably better for its like you would set it, right? That was the better use for Fossil Dyna at the time. You would set it and you would hope to kill some shit with it when it gets attacked. That was the bigger use of it, actually, most of the time, I think.
Being incredibly powerful for stun strategies. Lastly, and without question most importantly, Gladiator Beast Gazaris was a contact fusion of Bestiari and any other Gladiator.
I'm gonna tell my kids this is the first Link monster. I'm gonna tell my kids this was the first Link monster, unironically.
Beast monster. Pop 2 cards when summoned, and could tag out for 2 Gladiator Beasts instead of just 1. This singular card would completely shift the entire fundamental core of Gladiator Beast as a whole, as now any 2 Gladiator Beasts could make Gazaris through a combination of tagging out and chaining effects, which would greatly swing a game into your favor. With this release, Gladiator Beast would see a significant shift in their meta presence over the coming months and moving into the national season, starting with SJC St. Louis on May 24th, where Gladiator Beast would take 6 of the top 16 spots, finally pushing Dad Return off the pedestal it had.
Dude, this format, dude, I wish I could have played like big tournaments at the time. Well, I was 13, so I probably wouldn't have done well, but like I wish I would get to experience a format like this for the first time ever again. Like holy shit.
Since Phantom Darkness. This primary shift, as we can see in Stephen Harris's first place list from this event, was the inclusion of Elemental Hero Prisma, who had an extremely unique feature for Gladiator Beast decks by being able to reveal Gazaris in the extra deck to mill a Bestiari from deck and copy its name, allowing Prisma to be contact fused with any other Gladiator Beast into Gazaris, or to use Test Tiger on it, tagging it out for Darius, who could then revive the Bestiari milled to contact fuse that way. This particular interaction became so integral to the core of Gladiator Beast over the coming months as the deck would rapidly rise into the top deck of the format, making this period known in the community as Gladiator format due to the deck's absolute dominance. As for other newer faces in the format, Machine OTK received an interesting facelift by integrating the Phantom Darkness Dark support pieces with Jinzo and Returner, who could be dumped from the deck to revive a Jinzo sitting in grave, allowing the user to stun any form of responses the opponent might have to a sudden Dark Arm Dragon push. While this deck was Machine OTK, it effectively mixed the Dad package into the previous Machine package, making it a new beast entirely. Ocean Control, though it had popped up a few times prior to this, would make another appearance here, being primarily focused around looping various hero monsters using Hero City and Ocean, with plenty of text for the meta sprinkled in like Shadow Imprisoning Mirror and Solemn Judgment. Lightsworn would see its first top here, interestingly including 3 Card of Safe Return, which could trigger off your Wolf and Luminous summons as an easy way to draw for Judgment Dragon. It also included Necrogardna, who was a great mill off the Lightsworn effects and could double as a Crush Card Virus target. Lastly, Counter Fairy made another appearance here, taking advantage of the various counter traps legal at the time like Dark Bribe, Divine Wrath, Magic Drain, and Solemn Judgment, alongside Bountiful Artemis and Harvest Angel of Wisdom to benefit from them or loop them, providing powerful control. US Nationals would follow a month later on June 21st, and we'd see similar results to St. Louis, with Gladiator Beast being the deck to beat in the format. However, a large deviation from the usual dad return structure was made here in the creation of Dad Turbo, a deck entirely focused on turboing through your deck as fast as possible to generate advantage and to summon out Dad to end the game, foregoing the usual return inclusion for more draw power. This was primarily thanks to the Destiny Hero package that had already been staple in Dad Return up until this point, with one decklist here going so far as to include Limit Reverse as a way to continuously summon back Disc Commander for his draw 2 effect. Chris Bowling would win the event with Gladiator Beast, seeing very little change in the deck structure since St. Louis. The European Championships were held the same day, and similarly, the top 8 breakdown showed a serious
2008 Euros. Who won 2008 Euros? I don't remember.
favor from both Gladiator Beast and
I'm
Dad
going to
decks,
remember the
both
name
Return
once I
and
see it,
Turbo
but I don't know
variants.
who did
Vasilis
it.
Bulbasakos would win the event with Gladiator Beast too,
the Greek,
with a couple
I
of
remember.
extremely noteworthy additions to his list. The first was Soul Taker, which was an additional piece of monster removal to get the ball rolling and to force targets like Cyber Valley to be unable to resolve their effects. The second, and far more impactful for the long term of the game, was the inclusion of Raikou. Gladiator Beast specifically at this stage had a bit of a mind game going with this angle, as most players would assume Gladiator Beast leaving a set monster on the board would be Haplomus, who you wouldn't want to attack and give the opponent a free tag out. By including Raikou here, Vasilis could usually get it to the next turn, where they could flip it and choose their target then, breaking a more established board rather than taking the pickings when attacked into. This inclusion of Raikou would slowly become more and more staple in the format as a generic removal tool that just happened to also mill you, proving to be a great asset for many decks. Canadian Nationals would follow a week later on June 28th, and we'd once again see Gladiator Beast as a top threat, with Lazaro Bolito taking first place for the second time this year, this time on Gladiator
event must have been a
who opted
Bolito
to tech
winning.
one Wabuku to guarantee combat survival for his beasts. Last for this block, SJC Philly would take place a week later on July 5th, and we'd once again see similar results from Gladiator Beast.
It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy seeing these numbers, thinking about the fact that Dark Armed Dragon is still at 3 at the time. Like, it's still basically Dark Armed and Lightsworn are still at full power. Like that. This is how crazy strong Gladiator Beasts were at the time. You look at Gladiator Beast cards now, and people don't really understand why they used to be so powerful, right? You look at a card like Dark Armed Dragon or Judgment Dragon, you are like, okay, I understand why these cards were so powerful, right? I get it. I kind of get it. But freaking how powerful Gladiator Beast was is really, if you think about it, is like really comes to shine here. Like Dark Armed and Lightsworn are full power in this format. They are full power, and Glad Beast, freaking little dudes that have to attack to get their effects and survive and go back into the deck to bring out another one. That freaking deck was just better. It was just better. It was
a little more variety outside.
And there's not even a quest or War Chariot yet. Those are still to come.
Their chunk of the top cut. For starters, Soul Control had picked up significant popularity here, using Royal Oppression to counter out the Gladiator Beast summons, and Prime Material Dragon as a way to counter out Gazaris, still using Monarch powerhouses like Caius, Ryza, and Thessalos to boot. The other was the first meta appearance of Lightsworn Monarch, seeing a single top spot, mixing the engine of Soul Control with Lightsworn to enable powerful tribute plays while setting up Judgment Dragon or Celestia pushes. Michael Kohanim would win the event with Gladiator Beast, being the fifth.
Oh, he does coverage today, right? For Konami NA? I think so. I remember that name.
Event in a row won by the new meta powerhouse, seeing little to no difference in his variant from the other winning lists. The national season would end with this event, followed by a pack that many were not necessarily the most excited for, but was definitely a welcome inclusion for a couple of specific reprints.
What is it? What is that? Retro Pack. Retro Pack.
Release date, July 8th, 2008. Set type, reprint set. Major strategies, DM era staples. Impact,
I don't think
seemingly out of nowhere reprints. So
yeah, I don't think there's anything new in here. It was just like some
Retro
reprints.
Pack was an extremely weird pack, even in its own time. This pack, being the first ever European exclusive pack, was intended to bring a few cards that had only been released as promos in the US to the European market for the first time, like Blastsphere, Copycat, and Relieve Monster, all of which were shown in Jump promos in the US but never released in the EU. It also brought reprints of many DM era staples like Raigeki, Graceful Charity, and Baneful Choice, but the issue lies in the fact that many of these cards had already been banned for some time at this point, making their reprints questionable. SJC Honolulu would take place just 4 days later on July 12th, and surprise, surprise, the meta hadn't really shifted.
It's funny to think about because nowadays there's actually a lot of cards that are still banned, and people are still so hungry for a reprint, right? Like cards like Trap Dust Shoot and shit are so expensive because everyone is playing retro formats. But at the time, of course, it's 2008. The game is barely like competitive scene is barely 5 years old. Like people aren't playing retro formats yet. So at that time, it was super weird to reprint banned cards. Like there was no there wasn't like a huge nostalgia factor yet, or like, you know, a retro format thing going on. It was just kind of weird.
The national season, seeing a slight shift in the popularity of Soul Control and the inclusion of Fossil Dyna into some lists, but aside from that, very minor. Mario Matthew would take the event with Gladiator Beast, playing 3 copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance as a way to stun dad decks for a turn while he set up
Anti-Spell when it actually wasn't that much of a floodgate. You played Anti-Spell in this deck specifically because you would force your opponent to set your powerful spell cards, and then you could pop them with Bestiary or Gyzarus. That's what you would do. Like it wasn't actually to just like auto win the game immediately. It was more so like actually a good card in Glads, like just for what it did.
Gyzarus lines. SJC Toronto took place 2 weeks later on July 26th, and this would be without question one of the best events for Gladiator Beasts, seeing them take a whopping 12 of the top 16, seeing Lazaro Bolito take his 3rd major event victory of the year with Gladiator Beast once again, being a similar list to his previous Canadian Nationals win. The only other thing to talk about with this particular event was the single top from a fairly new deck in Phantom Turbo, which aimed to load the grave with powerful Dark Monster bosses, then copy their effects with Phantom of Chaos, including cards like Destiny Hero Plasma, Dark Arm Dragon, and the Dark Creator. Although the meta had effectively sat still for the past few months, changes were coming, and whether they could be considered good or bad would entirely depend on...
Crush card in Glads is so funny. No, we used to play Crush card everywhere, dude. It was like 1 or 2 DD Crows, a Spirit Reaper, and a Sangan in every deck. Throw in a Crush card in there, because card was that powerful. Right? That's what people did. Ooh, what's that? Premium pack. Is that Premium pack?
Premium Pack 2. Release date, July 31st, 2008. Set type, OCG import set. Major strategies, Elemental Hero.
I don't think Premium Pack 2 had anything super impactful.
Zombies, Fairy. Impact,
Mizuki.
Mostly bulk, one sleeper powerhouse.
Right.
Premium Pack 2,
Mizuki.
similar to the first, was an OCG import set almost entirely focused on bringing over the OCG imports we had not yet received, with a focus placed on the pieces from the GX manga. For those who are unaware, the GX manga is actually extremely different from the anime following the same characters, as rather than being a rotating threat each season, it's entirely focused on a single central antagonist searching for the Planet series monsters. Many of the rather odd legacy support pieces you probably know from the TCG, alongside some other out-of-place bosses...
It's funny... Now that I'm watching along here and seeing everything happen at one step at a time, it's funny how zombies, because we're about to see zombies at some point. I don't know exactly when, but probably after, like, when 5Ds drops, zombies are going to be so freaking busted. And they just got some of their best cards during this era, and no one really noticed how busted they were, you know, like Mizuki and Goblin Zombie.
From this side series, which I'll have to cover another day as it's extremely interesting, but for now we did receive a few new cards. For Elemental Heroes, we received Woodsman, Nosp, Heat, Lady Heat, Terra Firma, Inferno, and Voltic, all of which are used by Jaden in the manga, and all of which saw little to no success on release, with the only one seeing experimentation being Voltic as a way to recur your pieces banished from Miracle Fusion in later formats. Fairy strategies would receive Mackenzie's cards Athena, who burned the opponent anytime a fairy is summoned, and could cycle a fairy on field for a fairy in graves once per turn. Hecatrix, who searched for Valhalla, and Valhalla the Hall of the Fallen, which let you special summon a fairy monster from hand if you controlled no monsters. Athena was left behind the moment she was released, not being worth experimenting with as she was slow in the current format, although Hecatrix and Valhalla would be experimented with in the current counter-fairy strategies. We would also receive the boss of Konihata Snake deck in Evil Dragon Ananta, who could be summoned by banishing all reptiles in grave, gain 600 attack and defense for each, and destroyed a card on field at the end of every turn. Last, and most importantly, we'd receive Bastion's Mizuki, a zombie that could banish itself from grave to revive another zombie. This card would become integral to later zombie strategies not only as a body, but as an additional piece of extension for the strategy to continue reviving monsters even after most of your revival spells were used up. This, however, was just the warm-up set release, as under a week later, the year's starter deck would release, and it would break the useless starter deck streak of the previous years by providing a completely new concept to the game that would change how we play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wait, Synchros? Is it Synchro time? It's Synchro time! Colossal Fighter! My favorite card!
Starter deck 5Ds. Release date, August 5th, 2008.
Let's
Set
go.
type, starter deck. Major strategies, Synchron. Impact, the soft launch of a new era. The 5D starter deck is considered to be the official start of the 5Ds era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And with it came the first new extra deck mechanic ever to the game, Synchros. On paper, Synchros seem to be effectively a mesh of fusions and rituals,
I miss 5Ds.
being housed in the extra deck like fusions, but taking generic materials like rituals, requiring sending monsters from the field to grave whose total levels equal the new Synchro monster you were wanting to summon, requiring one of those to be the newly designated tuner monsters, which were enablers for Synchro summoning. In this initial wave, we received the first tuner monsters, Toon Warrior, Water Spirit, Magna Drago, Frequency Magician, and most importantly, Junk Synchron.
At the time, dude, in the very beginning, tuners were so freaking ass. You don't understand how ass tuners were. It was so hard to incorporate synchros into your deck. People would try really hard to play some of the synchros, but it was so hard, man, to play. People, like, even when Crossroads of Chaos released, which we're probably going to see, I think that's 2008, or Duelist Genesis, there was like some decent tuners like Krebons, but it was so hard.
It was by
to play
far the
tuners.
best of this initial batch, thanks to being an instant level 5
Junk
synchro
Synchron
by
aged
itself.
well, that's
and the
true.
first synchro monsters, Junk Warrior, Gaia Knight the Force of Earth, and Colossal Fighter. Of these initial monsters, the only one that would be considered a newly coined extra deck staple from this batch was Colossal Fighter, whose Warrior Revive on Destruction effect did not exclude himself, meaning that if it was destroyed in battle, it could revive itself infinitely. In addition to this introduction,
2800 was also the best possible attack stat for it, because there was so many boss monsters that you would be able to double and just come back immediately, like Dark Armed. You know, you just like, double kill the Dark Armed, bring back the Colossal. It was great.
reprints here would include Mystic Tomato, Exiled Force, Smashing Ground, and Lightning Vortex.
Gaia
which, while
was
most
also
have been
played.
effectively phased out due to power creep, were still extremely useful reprints to have. The World Championships would take place 4 days later on August 9th in Berlin, Germany, and it would be a send-off for the GX era in its own way, being one of the last tournaments without synchros present in extra decks, as that major push wouldn't happen for another month. As expected from the previous results, Gladiator Beast would take the majority of the top cut, also taking the World Championship title piloted by Musoka Kazuki of Japan. One of the surprise performances, though, came from Dimensional Skill Drain Beat, or as it would be colloquially referred to as Macro Drain, being a collection of powerful beaters under Skill Drain paired with Burden of the Bite, which was a video game promo card from the same set as Dimensional Prison that lowered opponents' monsters' attack by 100 for each of their levels, making it easier to win Skill Drain beatdown trades. SJC Indianapolis would also take place just 1 week later after Worlds on August 16th, and similarly, Gladiator Beast would once again dominate the tournament, winning the event piloted by Robert Ackerman as a last hurrah for the deck before the 5Ds era began in full. Aside from the usual suspects, we would also see one more unique deck top the event, being Hero Beat, building on the success of Macro Drain from the World Championship to use a similar strategy with the high attack values of heroes of Neos Alias and Captain Gold under Skill Drain to take combats effectively. Lastly, before the new era begins, a Banlist would be released on September 1st to attempt to bring order to the otherwise Gladiator Beast dominated environment. Newly banned were Demok, a hit to Dad Return being one of the key pieces of the deck, Discommander, targeted at a recent surge in popularity alongside Limit Reverse, and Premature Burial, a generic staple that had been a long time coming in many ways, though was curiously not banned with Monster Reborn, which remained legal. Newly limited were Breaker the Magic Warrior, because Konami could not make up their minds about this card for some unearthly reason. Cyber Dragon, down from 2, being a hit to both Machine and the generic staple pool, Dandelion, a preemptive hit to an upcoming Shonen Jump promo, Lores the Emissary of Darkness, a preemptive hit to an upcoming card from the set Dark Legends, and Monster Gate and Reasoning, hits to various FTKs in the format. Semi-limited were Dark Arm Dragon for obvious reasons, Judgment Dragon to hamper Lightsworn slightly, Phantom of Chaos to prevent getting dad copies, Rescue Cat as a preemptive hit to an upcoming change in Gladiator Beast, Card of Safe Return as it had become a powerful draw tool in many strategies at this point. Chain Strike.
Is Sam Knight the reason why they semi-limited Cat preemptively? Because they didn't want people to go Cat summon Sam Knight plus Test Tiger? That's why?
From 1 as a boost to Chain Burn, and Nobleman of Crossout up from 1 as a generic boost. Lastly, unlimited were Malicious, Light and Darkness Dragon, Allure of Darkness, Mage Power, Rhoda, and Royal Decree, some of which were in hindsight.
Yeah, we can't hit the Dark Arm Dragon decks too hard. We need to give them back like the Mali and the Rhodas that they have. I mean, they can't suffer too much.
The worst choices they could have made here. With these changes in place, the 5Ds era would fully take effect with the release of the next core set the following day. And while many things would change in the upcoming meta, so much would stay the same from the previous, as well as get significantly worse in ways no one would have expected.
God, Duelist Genesis. Oh my God, Duelist Genesis.
The Duelist Genesis. Release date, September 2nd, 2008. Set type, core set. Major strategies, synchros, psychics.
Charge of the Light
Impact,
Brigade.
new era, bigger problem. The Duelist Genesis was the true start of the 5Ds era in full, bringing the first big wave of playable tuners and synchro monsters to the game, and with it would come a deck that would make itself known rapidly in the format and proceed to dominate through the rest of the year. For the first wave of generic synchros not tied to a specific strategy, we received Stardust Dragon, Red Dragon Archfiend, and Yugioh Guardian, all 3 of which would be available as 10 promos outside of the set too, with Stardust Dragon and Red Dragon Archfiend having already been released a couple of weeks earlier in the first wave of this year's collectible 10s, and Yugioh Guardians being later in the month as part of a new 10 set known as the Exclusive 10s, making all 3 extremely easy to access for the new mechanic. Of these three, Stardust Dragon and Yugioh Guardian would be by far the most used, with the former being a level 8 that can tribute itself to negate any effect that destroys a card, reviving itself at the end of the turn, and the latter being a level 6 able to steal anything it destroys in battle. In addition to these, we also received the first ever new monster type in the game's history, being the Psychic type, who all seem to be revolving around paying life points for stronger than average effects. These included Mind Master, a level 1 tuner who could pay 800 and tribute another Psychic to summon a level 4 or lower Psychic from deck, notably not once per turn. Krebens, a level 2 tuner that can negate any attack that targets it by paying 800 life
ever
points.
Going to abuse that?
Psychic Commander, a level 3 tuner that can pay up to 500 life points in the damage step when a Psychic battles to drain that much attack and defense from the opposing monster. Magical Android, a level 5 Synchro that gives the controller back 600 life points for every Psychic they control at the end phase. Thought Ruler Archfiend, a level 8 Synchro that gains life points when it destroys something in battle and can negate a spell or trap that targets a Psychic by paying 1000 life points. And probably the most blatantly overpowered card of the bunch, Emergency Teleport, which special summons a level 3 or lower Psychic from deck, banishing it during the end phase. Emergency Teleport, or E-Tele, was by far and away one of the best cards from the entire set, as it made Synchro summoning incredibly simple in almost every deck thanks to Mind Master, Krebons, and Psychic Commander all being tuners summonable by the spell, meaning that you had access to a level 1, 2, or 3 tuner on command. This spell would also be a catalyst of sorts for the next Tier 0 mega threat that was about to make itself known, but we'll get to that soon enough. For the TCG exclusives, we received a couple of extremely interesting pieces here aimed at either...
It's funny that I personally don't think that Teledad is the most broken deck from 2008. I think the most broken deck from 2008 is still to come.
Creating new strategies.
Maybe it was 2009 though, I don't remember exactly.
With the beginnings of a fairy synchro strategy with Herald of Orange Light and Avenging Knight Parshath, support to the previous Six Samurai deck and Hand of the Six Samurai, and probably the most impactful in the short term, Charge of the Light Brigade, a search spell for Lightsworn monsters that milled 3 to search, giving the deck far more consistency moving forward. As for OCG imports, the only one of note here was the Tricky, a level 5 monster that can be special summoned from the hand by discarding a card, which would see occasional play as a combo enabler. Gladiator Beast would receive 2 new incredibly powerful pieces in a quest, who returned a Gladiator Beast card from grave to hand on tagout summon, which could include spells and traps if they included the full archetype name, and War Chariot to pair with it, which was a monster effect negating counter trap as long as you controlled a Gladiator Beast monster, notably able to be recycled with a quest. Book of Eclipse was a board-wide Book of Moon for the turn.
Josh, do you have a guess as to what Magical Android costs right now? I remember picking one up for $10 for the super rare for my Edison deck, but that was a while ago. I don't know how much it is now.
Notable for being able to stun synchro pushes by flipping a board down temporarily,
which is a lot of money to make that. Let me make that clear. It's a lot of money for such a for Magical Android, but yeah.
Lastly, Gear Town was a field spell that let you summon an ancient gear monster for 1 less tribute, but that's not what it was used for. Its second effect let you special summon an ancient gear monster from the deck when destroyed and sent to the grave, which included the previously released
Gear Town is probably how like 80% of Yugi boomers learned about timing. This card and Dupe Frog combined are probably like the reason why 95% of Yugi boomers know how timing works.
The Chiltron Dragon, meaning you could special summon a 3000 attack body by destroying the field spell. A fun quirk of the game's rules at the time was that by setting a new field spell over a currently active one, the previous one was considered destroyed by this action, meaning that by setting a Gear Town over Gear Town, you could destroy Gear Town manually and summon the Chiltron Dragon from deck that way, making it a popular option in skill drain related beatdown strategies. SJC Baltimore would be the first event with synchros involved in an impactful way, taking place on September 6th, and while yes, they were impactful, it wasn't necessarily for the reason you'd expect. One new face of the format made itself quite powerfully known right out the gate with this event, being the introduction of the newly coined Teledad, a mixture of the previous Dad Turbo with the new pieces from Duelist Genesis, namely Emergency Teleport and Krebons. Because Krebons was a dark monster, by using him to synchro with either a level 4 or 6 monster like Dark Grepher or Malicious, you could summon out Stardust Dragon or Yugioh Guardian and put 2 dark monsters into the grave, making it trivially easy to summon Dad on top of it.
I'm not even entirely sure why you use multiple Psychic Commanders. It's like the only synchro you can make with Psychic Commander is Yugioh if you combine it with like Sangan or Reaper. I don't even know if I would have done that.
Teledad would move from here to be one of the most oppressively overpowered decks in the entire history of the game, being one of the few decks to ever reach the tier 0 position, which it would achieve over the coming months. However, it wouldn't be the only deck rocking new tools from Duelist Genesis. Gladiator Beast came to play this event by using the new Quest and War Chariot to bolster the already powerful strategy, taking first place piloted by Jermol Jupiter, who notably also included a Krebons in the side deck to potentially use synchro monsters in games 2 and 3. SJC Tulsa would take place 3 weeks later on September 27th.
Yo, Jojo Jack, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. And thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
and at that point, Teledad had firmly taken over the format with 11 of the top 16 spots. There were a couple of other notable performances here, like Zombie claiming a top spot using a combination of Mizuki to fuel aggressive plays,
Baboon.
and Raiko to provide removal and grave setup.
I will never forgive Konami for ruining my boy Green Baboon with the freaking errata to its text or rule change or whatever. I don't remember what they did. I think they errataed it, dude. I will never forgive them. I will never forgive them.
A combination of Mizuki to fuel aggressive plays and Raiko to provide removal and grave setup, as well as Lightsworn having a bit of a resurgence thanks mostly to Charge of the Light Brigade smoothing out their play lines. But neither of these could stop Teledad from taking this event piloted by Adam Korn for his second major event victory after him winning US Nats in 2007. SJC Seattle would be a week later on October 4th and show an even heavier skew in favor of the new format.
What did Baboon do? Okay, so Green Baboon used to say, or like, it's when a beast is destroyed, you can pay 1,000 to summon it from hand or grave, I think. And they changed it so that you cannot use it in the damage step, which was so bad because now, like, you used to do it like when your things get destroyed by battle, you could bring it back, right? And that's what made it good. And then they just said like, except during the damage step or some shit. They errated it. They just said like, yeah, you can't do it in the damage step anymore. And now the card all of a sudden was complete shit. It was complete shit. The card was unusable. I will never forgive them for that.
Taking not only 13 of the top 16 spots, but also the entirety of the top 8, with the winning pilot being Cesar Gonzalez for a second SJC victory. SJC Charlotte took place 2 weeks later on October 18th, and it was clear that nothing was going to stop or change Teledad's performance, claiming 15 of the top 16 spots. Justin Arwin would be the winning pilot to take home first place here, with most builds becoming increasingly centralized as the months progress, seeing the tuner line trimmed to only Krebens, and the inclusion of Snipe Hunter in the list having almost become
like
staple.
The Psychic Commander didn't make much sense in this deck. Like you wouldn't really
able to unbrick openings by loading darks from the hand into the grave. We would see a couple of releases left in the year that would attempt to break up the increasingly centralized meta, but at this stage it was clear that the age of Teledad was in full swing, and practically nothing in these upcoming releases was going to stop that.
Oh, zombies, right. Zombie structure deck.
Zombie World. Release date, October 21st, 2008. Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, zombie. Impact, reprints for a tier 3 strategy. The Zombie World structure deck was meant as a sort of precursor to what was about to release in the next core set by placing a heavy emphasis on stealing an opponent's monsters destroyed by battle if they're zombies, being a pseudo-type mechanic like how Psychics did with the Lightsworn
at the time.
This was present in both Red-Eye Zombie Dragon and Paladin of the Curse Dragon, 2 new monsters from this structure deck able to steal a zombie either that they destroyed in battle in Zombie Dragon's case, or in the grave because it was destroyed by battle in Paladin's case. This was all enabled by the new field spell Zombie World, which made all monsters on both players' field and grave zombies, and prevented tribute summoning non-zombie type monsters, with the latter effect allowing the card to see side deck play against
the other zombie in here.
The structure deck also provided reprints of Pyramid Turtle, Spirit Reaper, Zombie Master, Cold Wave, Magical Stone Excavation, Card of Safe Return, Book of Life, Terraforming, Pot of Avarice, Soul Taker, Card Destruction, and Bottomless Trap Hole, with some being great generic staple reprints and the others being great zombie strategy reprints. In addition to this, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX manga Volume 2 released on November 4th, and with it came Thunder King Ryo, a monster that locked adding cards from deck to hand outside of drawing while on the field, and could be tributed to negate the inherent special summon of a monster, being an almost instant staple in stun strategies. This could be seen at SJC Chicago just under 2 weeks later on November 15th, where Teledad would still be the dominant force in the meta, but Hero Beat would squeeze into the top 16 playing the newly released Ryo, now placing more focus on the light
Hero Beat was
with
actually like a
Warrior
playable deck.
Honest.
For sure.
A new variant of Lightsworn would also crack into the top 8 here, being Twilight, which combined the normal Lightsworn strategy with a tech-thin copy of Dark Arm Dragon and Phantom of Chaos, able to provide the dad push as well as Phantom able to copy milled copies of Judgment Dragon for the board wipe effect. Ryan Spicer would take the event piloting Teledad, as to be expected in the format, seeing little to no change in the deck lineup since its last outing. That standard lineup was about to change, however, as the next core set was just around the corner and would bring new tools to attempt to shake up the meta, but would only make the already present issues worse.
Oh my
Crossroads
God.
of
Plague
Chaos.
Spreader Zombie.
Release date, November 18th, 2008. Set type, core set. Major strategies, plants, zombies, Morphtronic. Impact, the menace grows stronger. Crossroads of Chaos would be the final core set of 2008, and it would continue the push of new generic synchro tools to work with thanks to its headlining card, Black Rose Dragon. A level 7 synchro that has the ability to banish a plant from grave to change a monster from defense to attack mode and its attack to 0. Oh yeah, and on Synchro Summon it can nuke the board. This card alone would immediately shift deck list compositions, as with the previous pool, once people had refined lists, they had cut Psychic Commander from most E-Telly lists because the level 7 pool was not really worth the investment. But now E-Telly plus any level 4 monster could result in a full board wipe. Black Rose Dragon would become a staple of extra decks moving forward, boosted by the second wave of the collectible tins also providing an easy access copy of it alongside Turbo Warrior, who no one asked for. This was meant to be paired with a new plant support like Nettles, a level 2 plant tuner, Titanial, Princess of Camellias, a boss monster who could tribute any plant you control to negate a card that targets, and Miracle Fertilizer, a once per turn monster reborn for plants at the cost of your normal summon and is destroyed once a monster it summons leaves the field. While a solo plant deck would not take off from this, Titanial would see experimentation as a splash option for some decks thanks to the previously released TCG exclusive.
That was my jam at the time. I played freaking plants after this release because I couldn't afford any of the Dark Armed Lightsworn stuff. I went Lone Fire Summon Titanial. That was my shit.
Fire Blossom, who could tribute itself to summon Titanial straight from the deck, which would become a popular option over the course of the era once the elephant in the room was eventually dealt with. Zombies received further support here in the form of their new synchros Doomkaiser Dragon and Revive King Hades, with the former able to steal a zombie from the opponent's grave and summon it on Synchro Summon, and the latter able to negate the effects of anything destroyed in battle by a zombie monster permanently. Both of these were locked to only being able to be summoned by the tuner Plague Spreader Zombie, a level 2 zombie tuner that could revive itself by stacking a card from hand on top of the deck, but was banished after it left the field if it used this effect. Plague Spreader was almost instantly picked up, not for zombies, but as a dark monster that enabled synchro plays and could remove itself from the grave to manipulate your dark monster count. That's right, it's Teledad support. It also helped that Plague Spreader was without question the best standalone tuner we had at this stage, as it would see play throughout the rest of the era thanks to its versatility. Morphtronic as an archetype would be introduced here, a series of machines that gain different effects.
Wait, why is there a Farfa sub? Is the subathon over? Shouldn't you be busy right now? Are you done? Is it over? Are we free? Oh no, you're just on a little break. Okay, well, thank you for the 17.
Based on whether they were in attack or defense mode, with Selphon able to summon a Morphtronic from the top cards of your deck based on a die roll while in attack mode, Boomboxen able to attack twice while in attack mode, Radion boosting Morphtronic monsters attack while in attack mode and defense while in defense mode, and Accelerator able to return a Morphtronic in hand to deck to pop a card on the field and draw a card. While Morphtronic would not be meta, the occasional pop-up would happen for an OTK strategy surrounding Boomboxen and Radion, able to boost Boomboxen to ridiculous attack totals thanks to limiter removal and other cards. The Iron Chain archetype would be introduced here, being a series of monsters aimed at milling and burning the opponent, with the only useful piece here being Iron Chain Dragon, a generic level 6 synchro that mills the opponent for 3 on battle damage.
Don't look up the price of Iron Chain Dragon,
Legend would be a level 1 Dragon tuner, able to search for Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Do not go on Card Market and look at the price of Iron Chain Dragon.
To grave, being a useful tool for Exodia-related strategies for providing a search for a trade-in target when discarded. Spellcaster strategies received a couple of new interesting pieces in Secret Village of Spellcasters, a field spell that blocks the opponent from using spells if you control the spellcaster, and locked yourself if you didn't, as well as the TCG exclusives Knight and Sorcerer, a level 2 tuner who banished up to 2 cards from the opponent's grave on special summon, and Tempest Magician, who gained a spell counter on summon, could discard spells to stack more onto monsters you controlled, and could remove all spell counters from the board to burn the opponent for 500 for each, becoming a build-around for FTK strategies.
How could that ever go
was seen
wrong?
as a bit of a counterpart to Rivalry of Warlords, locking both players to only one attribute, seeing a lot of usage in stun strategies of the time and in side decks. Lastly are the 2 remaining TCG exclusives worth talking about, being Gladiator Beast Rediari, who banished a card of the opponent's grave on its tag-out summon, and Treacherous Trap Hole, which destroyed 2 monsters on the field if you had no traps in grave. This release would lead into the last set of the year 3 days later, and any hope of changing the format
only €7? What do you mean? Yeah, for a freaking rare.
To rest on its one new card, and while it would change many aspects of the game, the meta would not be one of them. Dark Legends.
This, by the way, at this point in time, I think looking back at this period of time, this is where there's a better deck than Teledad. There's a better deck than Teledad, but people, I don't think they play it yet. I think it takes a while for it to take over. But at least in Europe, it took over completely. I'm not going to spoil it, because I think it's going to happen. They're going to talk about it. They have to be talking about it. Like, the deck was so freaking busted.
Release date, November 21st, 2008. Set type,
Dark Legends is my favorite set of all time.
Promos and hard-to-get cards. Impact, a new menace to the battle phase. Dark Legends was entirely sold as a reprint set, primarily reprinting cards from the first 3 sets of the game, where most of the good cards among them were once again banned, but had an interesting kicker of the set being the reprint of previously harder-to-get promos or one-off cards that were in one set before this. These included reprints of cards like Green Baboon, Scapegoat, Dark Bribe, Card Trooper, Destiny Hero Malicious, Destiny Draw, Melteal Sage of the Sky, Nova Summon,
the
Dark Bribe, Card Trooper,
Dark Legends
Destiny Hero
cards?
Malicious, Destiny Draw.
The Dark Legends cards, I don't know what they did to them back in the day. But these cards just looked so good. The reprints from this set look insane. I don't know why they're different from other cards, but they look, Dark Legends cards look so good.
Melteal, Sage of the Sky, Nova Summoner, and Galenduo. However,
is it this Dark Striker deck? No, it's Zombie Spawn.
There was one brand new card also included in the set, and he was without question the biggest impact. This particular set was exclusively sold at Walmart at the time in blister packs of 2 with a promo included in each. And that promo was Gorz the Emissary of Darkness, who could, when you take battle damage with nothing on the field, summon itself and trigger an additional effect based on what kind of damage it was, being burning the opponent for the same amount in the case of effect damage, or summoning a token with stats equal to the damage taken in the case of battle damage. The battle damage effect made Gorz an absolute staple to the meta, seeing a play in absolute—
Chat, who still attacks with the weaker monster first? To this day. Who still attacks with the weaker monster first? Because I know I do. I know I freaking do. I know I still attack with the weaker. If I have 2 monsters, I'm attacking with the weaker monster first. Every single time. It's without fail.
Absolutely every deck of the era with very little exception, as now attacking into a completely clear board caused a significant mind game on whether the opponent had Gorz or not. It also caused a change in player behavior that would stick around for many years after the fact, where players, when attacking directly, would now attack with their monsters in the order of lowest to highest attack value as to not be countered.
Which is technically not correct. If you have 4 monsters, you should not attack with the weakest monster. You should attack with the second biggest monster first. So that you can still kill the token with the biggest monster, right? Unless your biggest monster is bigger than Gorz, then you should attack with the third biggest monster first, so that when the Gorz and the token come down, you can kill the token and the Gorz. It's not always the weakest first. People think it's the weakest first all the time, but it's not the weakest first all the time. The order is different depending on how big your monsters are. The only thing is, you don't attack with the biggest one first. But it's not always the weakest one that goes first. How does it change though? Well, if you attack with the smallest monster and they go Gorz plus token, you can kill the token, but you've done less damage, right? If you can't kill the Gorz. So it's different in that way. You do more damage if you trigger the Gorz with a bigger attack and then kill the token with another monster.
By the Gorz token. One of the few cases in the history of the game where player behavior was changed by a single card. SJC Atlanta would be on the next day on November 22nd, and as a note, though Gorz was released at this point, he was not easy to receive prior to this event due to the tendency of Walmart's not stocking Yu-Gi-Oh product on the day of release, making a Walmart exclusive promo incredibly difficult to find on release day. As for meta shifts, the only new deck we'd see in the top cut here from the Crossroads release was Zombie Teledad, which was a variant of Teledad.
This is what I'm talking about. I believe no, this doesn't have any Lightsworns in it. No, this does not have any lights. It still is very good and probably better than Teledad, honestly, but there was a Lightsworn version of this one too.
Using Zombie package to help manipulate graveyard counts and provide draw power with card of safe return, seeing Plague Spreader Zombie instantly finding success. Jerry Wang would win the event with the standard Teledad, being his second SJC victory this year, seeing minimal change to the standard deck list outside of the introduction of a single copy of Plague Spreader Zombie. This was followed by the last event of the year, being SJC Detroit on December 6th, and barring a surprise top from Gadget, the meta was mostly what we'd expected at this stage, seeing
Robbie Cole!
Slotted into many of the decks ending in the top 16. Stephen Harris would take his second SJC title this year with Teledad, playing not only Gorz, but also a single copy of Psychic Commander to access Black Rose Dragon with any level 4, and Tempest Magician with a single copy of Breaker the Magical Warrior. This would conclude the events of 2008 in the Yu-Gi-Oh metagame, but a significant change was on the horizon for the game as a whole. Up until this point in history, the TCG side of Yu-Gi-Oh had been entirely managed by Upper Deck, as they had purchased the distribution rights for the game prior to its overseas release. In October of 2008, a lawsuit was filed by Konami in the state of California against—
Just curious, are there still some old players playing nowadays at a top level besides you and Hoban? I mean, look, looking at this, because these are the people in this video that top these events are like the real old heads technically, because at the time I did not play at a high level, right? At the time I was 12 years old, right? So like my era of really competitive Yu-Gi-Oh starts a little bit later, right? Just a couple years down the line. I don't know, like Jeff Jones probably played at the time already. Bowden might have played already. I don't actually know exactly when Bowden started playing like actually competitively. But yeah, but like even someone like Jeff probably was still very young at the time. Like the people that are winning these events are like 20 years old at the time, maybe even older than that sometimes. So like today they'd be like 35 to 40 years old. I don't know if any of them still play actively. Not that I know. Not that I know, no.
The company Vintage Sports Cards Incorporated, alleging the company was distributing packages containing counterfeit rare Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Konami was granted an injunction against VSC in this process, but during the discovery
Giorgio Orlando still commentates mostly, I think, yeah.
Process, they found evidence that alleged the counterfeit cards VSC was distributing were provided to them by Upper Deck Entertainment, the distributor of Yu-Gi-Oh for the TCG. This discovery would begin a months-long endeavor between Konami and Upper Deck, resulting in the complete removal of Upper Deck from all TCG-related products and activities, having Konami fully seize control of the game from that point forward. This is an important point to realize going into 2009, as from roughly this point forward, Upper Deck and their version of the TCG would slowly fade into obscurity as Konami took over and would be making any and all decisions for the state of the game moving forward, for better and for worse. It was still to be determined how this would affect the game moving forward, but regardless, moving into 2009 with the reign of Teledad still in full swing, it was only a matter of time before some kind of change would finally come along and kill the beast.
You know it's a good video when you plan to just do a small lunch break and you watch the entire thing. That was so well made. The link is in chat. Please, everyone, go subscribe to the Law YGO. That was very well made, very enjoyable. We're gonna watch 2009 at some point. We're not watching 2009 right away. That's gonna be for another day, but we're definitely gonna watch that at some point. You said we ain't watching the whole tour. This is not 2 hours. The some other videos that they do, I think, are longer than this. Sometimes. I'm not sure. Like here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX era is like 2 hours. Like, but the 2009 one, this is the one that was suggested to me. We're gonna watch. It's not. I can already I can see Arcanite Magician in the thumbnail. I'm already getting nostalgic. Holy shit. Okay, well, there we go. All right. More reactants go. No. Now we actually duel. Now we do some gaming. We continue playing. I know it was a banger vid. We're gonna watch the other one another day. Let's play another game of Tier Limits, shall we? Let's go. No. Oh, also we hit a sub goal. Why did no one tell me? Why did no one complain? A happiness. A pretty memory, sure. Now, the thing is, we do have an out to... We do have an out to Noir because we play Kaijus. Miss one time, easy clap, easy clap. Sure. Yannick, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Welcome back. My friend Pearly. Oh, I have to gain 1,000, right? So the thing is, I don't think we're going to be using Tielemans Kashtira here as a hand trap, quote unquote, simply because the odds of us hitting something meaningful are so low, and they are playing a deck that could be on... They could be playing freaking... I mean, we saw Talents already, so I don't think I want to be... Come on, miss! Miss! How can you be so lucky, dude? How are you this lucky? Where are all your cards? To chain block the trap set from the Little Noir? We might actually... Right, yeah, we might actually have to do it. Yeah. We can lock the cat from setting. Yeah, we need to do that. I don't want to deal with Noir. X purely Noir. Chain tier cache. I'm actually gonna banish the Rhino Heart? Question mark, because I want to normal summon Diviner. Not summoning. Okay, then we mill 3. And now we go crazy. This is where we mill Agido Kelbeck. Or just a little Saliak and a King of the Swamp. It's okay. It's alright. Do I just Havness? Sure. Let's do Havness in case. We get another 1,000 life points. Okay, well. I guess now, at least, if they find talents, they can't draw with it, so that's alright. They can look at my hand, but they can't really take something that completely destroys me here. They can just take one card and that's fine. Are we just winning here? What's the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst thing that can happen? Yeah. There's nothing crazy. There's literally nothing crazy here. They can get the field spell to draw 2 cards with this in my turn. That's the worst thing. The worst thing, yeah, but like even if they get the trap here, they only have 3 materials on their Noir. Like it's not that bad if they would have found the trap. So it's like now they need to activate this. Sure. And then we chain Havness. And now we win. Woo! All right, we go. Rhino F. Tier Cash F. Scream F. All right, Scream adds Saliak. Oh, plus 1,000 again. Plus 1,000 again. Then we mill 2. Mill 2. Pop. And then Rhino Heart comes back. Which one do I pitch? I'm pitching Saliak, probably. And then declaring the effect. I sadly only placed Saliak as my trap. I could have searched another one and gotten its effect. But, yeah, okay. So, Merly... Merly effect. I have 2 options. I can go Kaleido Heart. Do I just go... Isn't it just Kaleido Heart shuffle in the Noir? But then they can add back 3. If a face-up leaves the field... Bottom. I think I just spin the back row, right? Because if I spin this, they get to add back with my friend. I just spin this. Oh, wait, I need an aqua. Oh, right, I cheated. I cheated. Hold up, what do I need? This one. This one. So, wait, I need to put... It's this, and the Merly that go to the bottom. Bottom. Right. Like this. I guess they can make Sylvan, and if they're lucky... If they're lucky with Sylvan... Or not. Okay. We just pass here? Sure. Now you draw one, yeah. I mean, that is probably just game, right? There's no way we lose that. So we just go... Does the order here even really matter? Pearl Rhino. I didn't really want to take a tier name out of my deck, but I only have... I mean, I can just take Sharon. That's all right. Pop. And we got a Guido. Why not Scream to Mill? Because I forgot. You are absolutely right. I forgot. I simply forgot. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it genuinely doesn't really matter here. Like, the game is practically over, right? This goes to the bottom. This goes to the bottom. We make Grapha. We trigger Pearl Rhino. We pop this. We make Baron. Baron pops Noir. And we just special this, right? Doesn't really matter. Mali. Here. All right, GG. Dude, tier is fun. Let's play another tier game. Scream is not a hand trap. I know Scream is not a hand trap. I just didn't do it because I knew it wasn't necessary. I had a guaranteed line there. Sleeve Chief, thank you for the gifts up. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, this is not a bad hand, I want to say, but like it'd be an insane hand going first. It'd be an insane hand. Okay, Tournament Enjoyers, I have a question. Oh, that's a bad matchup. I have a question, Tournament Enjoyers. I've been thinking about playing no polymerization and maybe even a different fusion substitute monster other than King of the Swamp, because I haven't been finding polymerization very useful, especially when I drew it. Is that crazy? To just play like freaking, what is the Beast King of the Swamp or whatever, right? You can go to YCS Dortmund even if you don't have a ticket. You just cannot play in the main event, but you can still go to the YCS and like participate in public events and enter the venue and all that stuff. But if the tickets are sold out, the only thing you cannot do is you cannot play the main event. The YCS itself, the tournament, you cannot play. You only want Poly in the flu matchup to set up a Chimera, and yeah. Like, I mean, like, the thing is, I have no problem with when I have Poly and I'm going second and I'm playing into a board and whatnot, but, like, I have not really been able to make use of Poly outside of Guardian Chimera. It doesn't seem like it's good at all. And then, at the same time, it takes up an extra deck slot for something in a deck that is really, really... it's really, really tough for this deck to fit everything in the extra that it wants, right? So I think that might be a concern. Ooh, are we attuning? Are we attuning? We are attuning. Let's go. Summons out a safer for the baby. Okay. We'll still be here for a while, chat. We'll still be here for a while. Chef Blanks, thank you for the 11 months, almost a full year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Let me update the sub goal so we have a little Pepe D on the horizon. What are we doing? 14 more? 14 more for another Pepe D. That sounds good. Bro is using all the Bystials against the confirmed tier limit. Well, I mean, I think that's a bet. That's a good practice in testing. When you test, you should make a play that you would do if you didn't know what your opponent was using, right? Of course, because that's the best testing for like an actual tournament, right? Just doing what you would do with perfect information is not the best testing, right? Is the tier list in Discord, or are you still not sure? I think it's in Discord. I think some mod has posted it last week when we built it. I'm not sure. No, it's not. I lied. I chatted. Oh my god. Yeah. Are you supposed... I'm not sure if the standard Dragon Link combos these days, do they link off this pater to bring it back on your turn with regained? I think some of them do that, right? What's the advantage of that? Plays around. It plays right. Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler is a thing. Yeah. Are we? No. No problem. I mean, all you have to do is like make just make Boral End first. Just make Boral End, bring back the Tracer, right? Yep. Or Seals? Wait. Oh, you haven't even used Pisty yet. That's why. Okay. Yeah, Pisty, bring back Magnamut. Yep. Yeah, bring back Safer. I have Safer, it works. Then you make no, now you don't get Baron. Now you don't get Baron. You do get Savage. You do get Savage if you want to. Not like that. Not like that. Or you haven't used Tracer yet. Boral End. See, okay. Okay, I see. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. That could be one of the reasons to link off the thing. That works. So I'm not sure if they... I'm not 100% sure if they did everything perfectly, but it's a pretty damn strong opener. Seal, Boral End, Savage, and a regained that can revive this pattern. I don't think... I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I don't think we can break this board. We would need to draw pretty insane for that. I don't think that we will be able to. Let me see. I mean... let's see. Let's go with terraforming. Your hand is in... My hand is pretty good, I would say my hand is pretty damn good, yeah. So let's see. Please, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. So we go goods? Question mark. Let's activate Pearl Rhino, see if it goes through. See if they bounce it or negate the add. No, they bounce it. Okay. Whee! Yep. That is a rough. Baldric. Huh. So activate goods. Trivi Karma. This one does not mention. This one does not mention Starfrost, so I can't add Race Soth. I think it has to be Salyak. Yeah, it has to be Salyak. Now the question is, do we add Rhino? It has to be Rhinoheart, right? It has to be Rhinoheart. Activate Scream, normal summon Rhinoheart, try to go from there. The thing is, I don't want to start with Foolish because they're just going to negate my Kelbeck or Agido. That's the one I need to get through. Use King of the Swamp. Well, I mean, activate Scream. This is not gonna go well for it. There's no world. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. We need to mill very well here. John Don Soon, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Also, Messi Gnessy, thank you for the 2 months. I mean, the Scream. Oh, Scream needs to carry. Mill 3. That did not carry. That did not really carry at all. Well, effect haveness. The thing is, I don't have enough monsters. The poly doesn't do shit without the right monsters in hand. There's a Bestial. We knew about that. That is cringe. Well, yeah. Well, shit. They still have an Omni Negate. Is loose Trivi Karma. We can't add anything that we don't already have. Like we can just add the same shit. Like we can just add friggin' Scream. Trust. They will not negate Agido. Agido! Come on, let me do it. Don't be that guy. Come on, let me do it. Ah, cringe behavior. Slumpy, thank you for the full year. Appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, we've been defeated by Dragon Link. That's fine. Would a Fenrir have helped? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's just if I start with Fenrir, they just trigger regained negate. I mean, they still had Boral End negate. They still had regained revive. This pattern. I don't think. I keep going second with this deck. I haven't won a single rock paper scissors with freaking Tearlaments. But I think I've opened Perla Rhino every single time. Tiarament's not strongest. I think it's doing okay. Honestly, I don't think it's like insanely strong, but I think it can hold up as like a solid deck. I mean, keep in mind we're playing against Bestial decks. That's like your worst possible matchup, right? And I think we've played against Dragon Link twice today, and one of them we beaten and one of them we lost to. Against like the perfect opener pretty much, right? So it's like, it's fine. Right? We beat Pearly. The deck's okay. What do you think about playing set rotation? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of set rotation. I tested some tier limits on the weekend. Holy shit. You will be destroyed. You will not survive this turn. No shot. I'm tempted to just go. Honestly, I think it's Wraith Soth here. Because it's going to be so much easier to put 8k onto the board if I start with a Fenrir. Yeah, I think it's Wraith Soth. It's definitely Wraith Soth. Because I don't want to play into Nib. Bob. There's an interesting argument here to not use Fenrir yet, because I want to search a Kashtira tier limits. But if I want to mill it as well. Do I normal summon Diviner? Because if I normal summon Diviner, I normal summon Diviner. Agido. Hope it's not a mirror match. It is indeed not a mirror match. It's not a mirror match at all whatsoever. All right, hold up. Sharon 1. Kashtira tier 2. Mill 2. Pop. And Sharon. Sharon fuses. What do we play? I play Mud Dragon. Sharon and this could... What does Dangerous do again? Discard a card, send a Destiny Hero from your hand or deck to the grave. I was thinking I just make Mud Dragon with the Malicious from my hand so that I can use the Malicious from the graveyard. That's what I'm thinking. Mud Dragon here. Dangerous is Beatrice. See, the thing is, I don't have to do anything fancy. All I have to do is kill them in less than 5 summons. Or put up a... Because, like, if I summon Kashtira here, I have 4 different... No, I have 3 different attributes. I can change this. I can have 4 different attributes. So that's... not quite game. We could make Mod with the Mali. Hold up. I mean, I just make Baron though, right? Baron is pretty sick here. And then summon Tier Cash is just game, right? Yeah. All this work was for nothing. I recycled this Mali for no freaking reason. Okay, so this is 27 plus 26. Yeah, no, this is just 4 summons, right? No, wait, it was 5 summons, but I have Baron. But what's the Gore's order here? Okay, so the Gore's order here is if you ignore the field spell, let's ignore the field spell, right? The Gore's order is not the weakest first. Because if I attack with the weakest monster first and they drop Gores, I can I guess Fenrir changes it because Fenrir has an effect. Okay, if Fenrir was a vanilla, listen. If Fenrir was a vanilla, the Gorse order would be Fenrir first. No, it wasn't. Actually, no, it's Kashtira Tearlaments first. Kashtira Tearlaments first. Never mind. Next. Let's switch it up. I've been doing rock first, so you should be paper Andes. Ah, okay. Thank you for the 6 months, Leo. Ooh. I've been drawing crazy hands. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let us begin with Furchburly Goods. On to... Actually... I lied. I don't want to get my good mills out of the deck. I want to use this first. Poly, and then just go Diviner. Because also, depending on whether there's like an Imperm or Ash here, it might change the way I approach the rest of this turn. So now it's Agito. Let us proceed. Alright, let's go. Mill 5. You mill 5 as well. Don't say I'm coming. Don't do that, please, for the love of God. Don't say I'm coming. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Mill 7. No, the second Mally. We're gonna have to fuse with that. We're gonna have to fuse. I'm gonna fuse. Why did I not activate Scream, by the way? It's fine. Okay, lots of Rescue Ace NPCs in the opponent's graveyard. Bop. Bottom. Oh. We have a responder over here. We have a thinker over here. Ghost Bell on... Which one did I do first? I declared Havness, then Merly. Okay, so Havness works. Havness... I think I want Grapha here. I was thinking about this into Dangerous and then Mally for another. But... I really want... Because they're also playing... I mean, we milled 2 nibs, but I really want Grapha. I really do want Grapha. You can send Beatrice and send Sharon. I have Sharon in my hand. Activate this. Honestly, I'm not going to activate Scream. Hold up. Banish. Activate Pearl of Rhino. Search Rhino Heart. Activate Sharon. Pitch Rhino Heart. Special. Mill 3. Declare Rhino. Bring it back. Pitch this. Activate Scream. This way we can have a trap card. We can just Baron. Yeah, okay, hold up. Banish, Grave. Baron, Pop, Sharon. Sharon effect. Here. Dangerous. This. Special. Beatrice. I didn't have a name left in the deck. So the thing is, I guess it's just a shuffler. Set Saliak. Pass turn. You had a cool interaction with Rhino. If you activate Rhino Engrave and the only tier limit in hand is Tier Crash, you can chain Tier Crash and Rhino still summons even if you don't get Scarred. I know, I'm aware, but I really wanted the trap card. I really wanted the trap card because what you're describing is an interaction that just makes it so you have a quote-unquote free discard, right? But discarding Saliak is also like not discarding for... discarding Scream is also not discarding for Rhino because I discard a card that replaces itself. So instead of doing the Cash Tier limit play where I just put bodies onto the board and mill cards that don't do anything because I've used all my turns already, like it doesn't really make a big difference. All right. Do I go for Grapha here? I think it might be worth going for Grapha, just pitching Tier Cash, see what we mill. Yeah. Let's pitch. Let's get rid of Prosperity. Beep. And then Tier Cash effect. Mill 2. Nothing of importance. All right, well, you can continue. I don't know. I don't think Rescue Ace has the capabilities to play through this. At least not that I don't think so. Preventer, banish a Rescue Ace, special summon this card from your hand. If you control another Rescue Ace, quick effect, target and effect monster your opponent controls, change it to face down. Defense position. On summon. What is this? If this is sent to the graveyard. If this is sent to the grave, target a banished Rescue Ace, special summon it. I could go Beatrice, send a tier limit name, make Rule Colossus on summon of Rule on summon of Rule Colossus. Pearl Rhino pops Preventer. Preventer tries to summon a banished one. Rule Colossus negates it. Then they have 3 cards left in hand. I still have Baron and Saliak. There's like no way. Or I can just make Kaleido. But then I'm not popping with Pearl Rhino, which is bad. Okay, Shireen. Effect Shireen. Bottom. You have Mudora to trigger a planet later. That is true. That is true. I think you're spitting. I think you are spitting. I think it's a Kaleido Heart angle. Because this way, if I do the other play, I completely eliminate the Preventer. But I also, and I have, I could have used Pearl Rhino actually on my own Kaleido Heart right now. To fuse with the Merly. That, well, no, I didn't do that. It's fine. Target a Rescue Ace monster. Oh, add a from the grave. It doesn't even target. Yeah, that's fine. You still have Sulliak? Yeah, right. It's probably better to just keep the Kaleido Heart for Sulliak interaction. Like Sulliak, negate Kaleido Heart. It's yeah. This is probably the best way to do it. I think this is the best way to do it. If this card's normal special, add a Rescue Ace spell from your hand. If your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you contribute this card from your hand or face up field, spare summon Rescue Ace from hand. So the annoying thing here is, if they have the E-teleport already, if I go Sulliak here, they chain the teleport. If I chain Baron, they can chain Airlifter, right? Unless they can. Which is fucked up if that's the case. What can go wrong if I just let this happen? Is there anything super bad that can happen if I just let this happen? I don't think there's much that happens, right? Worst case, what happens? I'll let it happen. Let me see. Let me see what happens. They didn't have emergency yet. So I just negate emergency, right? Let's just negate emergency. They can chain Airlifter now, but whatever they summon, I could theoretically Sulliak. Hydrant. Well, I'm gonna shuffle. So I will target this. Is it good to remove all, like, is it good to, okay, well, but still, theoretically, is it good to shuffle in Rescue Ace monsters from the graveyard, all of them? Because Turbulence needs to banish 2, right? So 3, no, 2. So if would I theoretically just shuffle back in 3 of them? Right? So that they can't summon the Turbulence guy out? Turbulence banishes any Rescue Ace card. Yeah, but they have 4 Rescue Ace cards in the graveyard. So I would just shuffle back 3 so they don't have 2 left, right? Oh no, this would go to the grave, right? The one on the field would go to the grave. Right. They have exactly 5, so I couldn't really prevent them from... Yeah, whatever. All right, I need to go to the toilet really quickly, and then we do the next game. All right, I'll be right back, and then we continue with some more gaming. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. There we are. Josh, could we see some Valence Master Duel content someday? Someday, maybe. I'm not completely opposed to it, but like currently it's not planned, but maybe. Could happen. So far, is Tillman strongest? Strongest, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say strongest, but it's good. Let's play we haven't played Branded Chimera yet. Let's play Branded Chimera. I don't know if my build is good. I just threw it together this morning. Let's see. One new friend request from Tierleman's strongest. I see how it is. Have you considered adding Destiny Hero Denier into the list for danger additional target? You could do that, I think. Yeah, you could do that. All right, well, it's a good hand, I think. Can you please try Shaddolls instead of heroes? I don't think we have the time today to really mix up these deck lists and talk about and change each individual deck a bunch of times. But I would consider other versions of tier for like if I'm not sure if I'm gonna. Oh my god, it's a mirror. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna consider Tierlemans for Dortmund yet. I'm gonna give the deck some more tries. But yeah, it's okay. It's a branded Chimera mirror match. All right, I don't know how to play this very well, so let's see. You're just gonna activate Gazelle. I know I'm probably gonna imperm the Baphomet. That's what I know. I also think that I think I put Crossout into this deck. That should be a good card for the mirror match. Yep. How friendly is Dueling Book to play learn for a Master Duel only player? Okay, so there's two things you need to know about Dueling Book. The first thing is, I think it's very good when you play with friends. When you have people that you are either in a Discord call with or like in general, like a chill atmosphere, I think it's very good to learn on Dueling Book because you have infinite time. You can talk about your plays. You can take back stuff even, right? If your friend is okay with it, you can like talk about why something wasn't correct or why something, whatever. So like in that sense, it's fine. I think it's pretty good at that. However, the second thing is I think ranked Dueling Book is not that great for beginners. And the second thing is because it's all manual, nothing is like, you know, it's not a simulator. It's not an auto sim. It can be like you will not notice when you make illegal plays, right? Like it'll not tell you this is not possible. Like you need to have at least some base form of understanding of your decks or whatever, right? Or one of the two, right? One of the two people need to know what's happening, right? But then it's fine. Then I think it's pretty good. Just like IRL. Yeah, basically. It's like when you sit down with a friend and in real life it's also a lot simpler to learn a deck, have some takebacks, you know, talk about what's going on, whereas like in a tournament setting it's not the best to start learning the game now, right? All right, so we're going to be playing against the Chimera Fusion here. Hello. When a fusion synchro XYZ or link is activated, you can negate the effect and you can return a monster from the field to the hand. Alright, well. I mean, Fenrir goes pretty hard here. Yeah, Fenrir is pretty good. Special Fenrir. Why Dueling Book over something like Yugioh Pro? It's just what I'm used to. That is literally it, I think. I think it's like everyone prefers the stuff that they're used to. Guardian Chimera, Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2. So they're chain blocking. Yeah, they're chain blocking from the Ash, which is annoying as hell. The Fenrir is gonna die. They're gonna draw 2. I think I have to talents to draw here. I mean, talents taking Rindbrum is kind of strong. The problem is I can't really do anything with it. It depends, right? If my cornfield goes through, if they don't have a way to stop it, like no imperm or no crossout, then I'm fine. Or called by as well. Let's just Codal first. See if there's a called by the grave. I think I ashed that. Codal first. Sword Knight. I mean, I can just go for the Sword Knight and see if it goes through, right? And see what happens. Because so far, I'm not using any extra deck so far. Right? I'm not using any extra deck. So I can just do this. See if it works out. Oh. Oh. Ah, okay. I see. I see how you get. Now that's kind of cringe. That's kind of cringe. So, well, I think I'm gonna summon this. In defense. And declare effect of Gazelle. Yep. I have to draw. And get lucky. Right, I need branded fusion. Okay. That's that. That's what I need. So they have this. During your opponent's turn, while this card is in your graveyard, quick effect, you can target a Fallen of Albaz in your grave, special summon that. Okay, so they have another tag out into Albaz. Let's see. Branded Fusion. Yeah, they go with this. Yeah, it can also special itself. Yeah, but that doesn't really do that much. I mean, they could have, but yeah, they just go with this. So, we probably need to go for Albion or Lubellion here, not Rindbrum, because if I go Rindbrum, they just fuse with it, which is pretty bad. So you want to go Albaz plus what? Albaz plus a light, probably. I don't want to discard. I don't really want to discard. I just want to go with this. Is that weird? No, it has to be that, right? If I send Bear from it, I get to special an illusion monster from the grave. But that doesn't really do anything for me. Let's go with this. Albion. Just go with Nib. I could have sent Nib. I didn't really pay attention to Nib, yeah. So this effect. Yeah, Rindbrum can only negate extra deck monsters. Yeah, okay, well, fine. So it looks like we're gonna have a Mirror Jade stare down. Oh wait, no. No, yeah, that's fine. I was about to say I could change Chimera Fusion here, but that doesn't do anything. So we have a Mirror Jade stare down situation going on. Because my Albion still resolves. And I can theoretically make a Lubellion with it. Do I want to make a Lubellion in between to keep the Albion? That gives me another branded fusion. So banish. But I don't have a dark in the graveyard. No. Well, stare. Stare. Do I just pass? I think so. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, end of battle phase. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I'll also chain it. I'll also chain it. Actually, let's keep one Albion in the extra deck. Send Albalenitus. Yeah, you probably banish this, right? They trigger, yeah. And then this. We just hope we live, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if we live. I'm not sure if this is game off of one. It might be. Why wouldn't you do that before Drago was beat over? Yeah, probably. It was just 300 damage that they could have prevented by just doing that entire thing first. It was the exact same outcome. But yeah, now we probably die. I'm not sure if it puts up 8k. Wait, we're Sago the Destroyer. Okay. Lubellion in defense. Another Branded Fusion in hand. If we get another turn, we have a pretty good clapback. Branded Fusion tactics. However, I'm not sure we survive. Also, don't forget, chat. Don't forget, tomorrow is Deck Doctor. So everyone go join the Discord, especially if you're subbed, because the submissions are currently only open for subs. You will find it in the sub chat. There's a dedicated chat in the Discord for subscribers. And yeah, we're still taking submissions for Deck Doctor. Okay, 3,000 from... Why is there a Dragoon? Why is there a Dragoon? Well, shit. I'm gonna activate Brand Fusion. Hmm. 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 Activate the pink. Oh, wait, no, they need to negate. They need to discard to negate. So you can destroy a monster your opponent controls if you do. I did not. Don't I just have game? Can we do some YCS Dortmund predictions bingo thingy? Oh yeah, we can set that up for sure. For tomorrow, probably. Yeah, I can set that up. Give me this. Pop this. Can't. Oh. Okay, well. It's fine still, right? I just go Chimera Fusion. Make How's this game? Is it game? I don't think it's game, but I can still set up a lot. I can like Chimera fuse into Chimera King of the Phantom Beast, then add back this. Oh, but this then I can't make. I can make Dragos the Pelia. What does this revive? Illusion. Illusions don't have a dark, so it was game if you took Lubellion, made big Chimera with 3 materials. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, my bad. My bad. So I think I just make... You have games still? How? I genuinely don't see it. I genuinely don't see right now how I have game. Add an illusion from deck to hand. Make Magnum the reliever. This. Magnum the reliever. When another card or its effect is activated, banish a poly from your grave. So I declare Baphomet to revive Mirror Sword Knight. And then I respond with Magnum, right? By banishing Branded Fusion. Baphomet summons out Mirror Sword Knight. Oh, this contribute in the battle phase, right? So this is 34. This is it, right? This is just 15, 19, 28. 1500 left. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm running... I'm not sure if I'm running 3... I'm not sure if I'm running 3... I do run 3. Okay, okay. Because this one would have only been 1400. And this one is only 500. So I needed this for it to be game. Right? But I mean... It's like if I win the game regardless, right? Okay, yeah, I'm done. Like I said in the beginning, the branded Chimera deck is by far the deck that I've played the least out of all the decks that I have here. So my play with it is still very rusty. I think it's kind of cool in some ways. I think it's also very volatile. Right? I think it's very volatile to certain interruptions sometimes, like Ash on Branded Fusion or Ash on Baphomet, Imperm on Baphomet. It seems like it's kind of shaky, you know what I mean? But it's a good deck. DV Villanui, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. And Danilo Amalfitano, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. You know what? I made my own Dragon Link version for the new format. Let's play that once. We haven't played that at all yet, have we? We've only played against it. Let's go. Why no Fusion sub? I'm not aware of the version with Fusion sub, but because I mean you can only fuse from the field, which is weird, right? Because then you can't make Guardian Chimera, you can't make Magnum. That seems weird. Can we see your list? I can show all the lists before we end, yeah. Okay, 3 set Labyrinth. Hello. One of the cringest hands you could have possibly drawn, especially against Labyrinth. This is not looking very hot. Let's go. Let's go safer. Let's see if it works. I meant the Fusion Substitute monster. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought you meant Fusion Substitute the card. Effect. Don't Caught by the Grave me. Don't. That's the same. Okay, well, I pass. I pass. End phase. Big welcome. Yep. We lose. Exciting gameplay. Very, very exciting Dragon Link gameplay, dude. Cool. Very nice. Very nice. Yep. Yep. You have another trap? You have another trap? Oh. Well. We can almost no, it's end phase. We could it's already 3 summons in our turn. Lab is the deck that tilts me the most. I don't mind Lab that much in general. Like, yeah, Searchable Eradicator and D-Barrier is kind of cringe, but for the most part, like the deck itself, I don't mind. This is not a Labyrinth issue. This is a opened to Nibiru, Black Metal, Red Eyes, and Boot Sector launch issue, right? This is not like, this has nothing to do with my opponent's deck being whatever, right? It's like completely, you know. Nib in the main seems a bit weird this format. I think Droll right now could be better in Dragon Link. Well, I agree with you that Nibiru seems weird. I don't think Droll is necessarily better. I think Droll is straight up not main deckable. Because of decks like Unchained. Like, I genuinely don't think you can play Droll right now. In any deck, in the main deck. I think it's a good side deck card. I meant Crow. Oh yeah, Crow is fine. Crow is fine. Crow is playable. Uh, 3K, 34K, and then they said big welcome, right? So it's just game. Yeah. GG. Let's do another game with Dragon Link, because that did not really do it justice. All right, Raw Almond Dinosaur first this time, finally. And we get to go first. Can I stop doing this? Like, is there a possibility that I'd stop doing that? That'd be really cool. I already know I'm not gonna play Dragon Link. Like, first 2 games with it, and I already know, nope, this is why I never brought Dragon Link to a tournament. Just Striker, Smile, Ash on Striker. All right, well. This is Seal's Pass, right? Oh. Whoops. I didn't see. Okay. Well. I honestly would have preferred if you ashed that, because I just wanted to go Seal's Pass, dude. The Seal's Pass with Druid Worm and Nib, that was kind of my... I wanted to do that. Well... Now what? No, what? No, what? No, what? No, what? You can still do it? Yeah, I know I can still do it. Red Med into freaking Romulus, but that doesn't seem very good either. Honestly, it might still be Seal's Pass. It might still be Seal's Pass, unironically. It sucks that I know that my seal is going to be negated by Ash in the graveyard, but I'm trying to play like I don't know that. Why not slap a Savage? Because my Striker Dragon is banished. If I go Special Tracer with Boot Sector and pop the Striker, I can't make seals anymore. I think there's a way to do this better with the new Dragon Link lines. Like I could have still summoned Druid Swarm and Tracer and then make this pattern. I don't know. Well, this looks like we're gonna have a fun Nibiru. As far as I'm aware, I think Scareclaw is pretty bad against Nib unless they have the adventure package, which we could prevent with seals. Let's just let him cook for a bit. I think is my instinct here. Let him cook a little bit. Maybe bestial them somewhere where it's annoying. It could also still be Manadium. Manadium also plays Rykard sometimes. But Manadium typically doesn't want to normal summon it, no? Typically they wouldn't want to normal summon it. Alright. Vince, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Another Rykard. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Visa, Starfrost. Fine. So there's a potential Baron here. I kind of think we could just seals bounce the Visas, right? The Visas is once per turn. So we stop them from getting Visas for the entire turn. Let's do that. Just nip them and it's over. I mean, so far it's only 4 summons, so that would be illegal. I'm just gonna bounce this. The Manadium spell can still summon it? Yeah, well, if they do that. I mean, the thing is, I just want them to walk into Nib. Because this is now gonna be summon number 5, even if they have an extender. Yep. Ash the seals. Now, what do I know from their hand? They have Scareclaw Revival. No, Arrival. Target a Scareclaw or Visas in your grave, special summon it. Sure. Do I need to? Yeah, this is fine. I don't think. Target a monster you control, destroy it if you do add Calarium. Yeah. I could have nibbed and then they wouldn't have gotten Calarium. But I simply... Now I have to. Now I have to nib. Move. Oops. What do I do? Move. Is it important where I put it? Against Manadium? I don't think so. Go here. Let us declare Druis. Honestly, it maybe it was nib on the obsession. That was probably it. It was probably nib on the obsession. Yeah. Because it's kind of the same situation. It's the exact same scenario, but they still have the Calarium, which is kind of sus. But at the same time, the Visas is no longer in hand, but it's vanished, and they already have used the obsession. I'm not sure. Might be. We'll see. I mean, I assume we don't die here. I'd be very impressed by Manadium if we die here. But that could be famous last words. It could be famous last words, but I don't think so. Like, they've normal summoned, they've used Visas. Well, we'll see. Because they would have to kill through a Druid Swarm and the Nib as well. Bouncing the normal was kind of cool. I could have bounced the normal summon, yeah. There's Ream Heart. Okay. Another arrival. Okay. They just have all the extenders. Fine. Rhymeheart. Yeah. So this is going to add a Vanadium card. What do you add here? You add the... Well, you've already used Obsession, which is what you normally would add. You could just add a... You can add a... Oh yeah, you can add the tuners with them, right. But how do you... Oops. When this card is activated, face-up tuner is destroyed. How do you trigger anything? Is the Ash engrave? If so, they can't special a ball. Wait, what is the... The balls cannot special summon themselves? Oh! Wait, because the field spell buffs the Rhyme. Oh, that's so bad for the deck. That is so bad for the deck. The fact that this... Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked... Oh, hello. That is such a scuffed anti-synergy. Yeah, I agree. That is so scuffed. Normal. Barone the Flare. Drew a Swarm effect. Sent a token. Special my top decked Wyver Burster. Go for Pisty. Effect. Here. Special. Banish. So the Dark Charmer summon Rykard is game technically. Pop here. I play Dark, right? I play Dark. Is that just the best I can do? Probably. Oh no, I can't make Dark because Pisty. So I go Romulus. Wait, no, I missed lethal. This was lethal already. All I had to do was Baron pop the Rhymeheart. I didn't need Dark or anything. I just needed to pop it and attack. Well, now I don't think we have game now. Yeah, I just missed lethal in the most weird way possible. Yeah, that was dumb. Do I still have lethal? No, I don't. Oh well. Throwing for content. We will... They have a tuner ball in the hand. So let's pop the face down. Banish this card from the grave. Okay, it does nothing. We just... Yeah, I think we just attack. This does nothing, right? Do I have the unicorn? It's fine. We know it was game. We know it was game, but let's ignore that for a second. Let's try to still make the best plays from here on out. The question that I have right now is, do I just pass, or is it worth it using unicorn on this thing? Because it could be worth. I don't know if it's... If a face-up tuner is destroyed by battle or card effect, target one of those, special summon. It could be an annoying extender. Let's just get rid of it. And let's pitch this. I don't know if they have a top deck. I don't know if they have a top deck that gets them out of it. Because I know they have one of the balls in hand. But I can't think of a card they can top deck. Because I still have the Baron negate. I can't think of one right now that they could top deck. Because Visa Starfrost, well, if they normal summon, if I just negate this, right? If I just negate this, isn't the game just over? Like, what do they do with just the ball? There's no way they can play, right? This is dead. Pew! Banish. Banish. Yeah, okay. We did not play that super well, but it is what it is. That's the thing. That's what I'm telling you guys, right? You go first against Minadium, you don't even need to play that well. The deck just loses. Visas would attempt to kill the ball. You negate, they go into Astrolaud. Oh, right, because it ends up in the graveyard. The Visas ends up in the graveyard. Yeah, they needed to draw one of the two Visas that they have left. Is Minadium that bad? No, it's not that bad. It genuinely isn't that bad, but I also don't think it's that great, you know? It doesn't do anything super particularly well, I think. I got mega fucked by Ash. Yeah, I realized that. That is such a crazy anti-synergy in that deck. That, like, the balls need you to have one with Rykard stats or Reinhardt stats on the board, and you have a field spell that modifies their stats. Is so dumb. Like, I didn't even realize that, but that's such weird design for those cards. All right, well, okay, so here are the lists we played. The Tearlament deck was pretty fun. I'm not sure how competitive it is. I think with some improvements on it, the list, it could actually be playable. Dragon Link honestly doesn't really feel that great. I think one key problem with Dragon Link is that with only one Chaos Space and one Magnamute, you want to play as close to 40 cards as possible. But you also, the closer to 40 you play, the more often you're going to draw shit like Red Eyes Darkness Metal, Boot Sector Launch, Branded Beast, those kind of cards. Rocket Caliber, Rocket Recharger, Dragon Ravine. None of those cards are super awful to draw, but they all don't feel good. So, like, accumulated, I think it has too many weird hands, but it still is a fine deck. Pearly is good, I think. You can work on the list, but Pearly, I think, is pretty strong. Rescue Ace, we haven't really played today, but I think Rescue Ace is fine. Runic Fur Hire, I honestly, this is the list I threw together this morning. I don't think it's that great as the list could probably be improved a little bit. At the same time, there's only so much you can really change, right? I mean, like, Jet and Starter are arguably cuttable. You can play a little less Runics, and you can play a different non-engine other than Talents. The rest is pretty set in stone. I wouldn't recommend this deck. I don't think it's that great right now in the format. And then it's Unchained. Unchained is, I think, probably still the best, if not one of the best decks in the format for sure. Unchained seems like a pretty safe pick for me. So So that is where my head's at on all of these different decks. Oh, and Branded Chimera is like a wild card to me because I don't have much practice with it, as you could definitely tell in the games that we played. I think the deck is solid. It's looking pretty decent. However, yeah, I would need more testing to really say for sure. Yeah. Did I miss Salad? We didn't really do Salad today. I will say about Salamangreat that I tested it a little bit on the weekend and I thought it was performing okay to me. Surprisingly, I actually thought it was going to be more... I was a little bit more pessimistic about it. I thought it was going to be more like, you know, around tier 2. It felt okay to me, like genuinely. It didn't feel like a deck that I would bring to the YCS though. Right? That was like my issue when testing it. It felt okay, but like solid, not more than that, right? Thoughts on Runic Chimera? My thoughts on Runic Chimera are that the deck is looking very promising, but I think it needs too much space. Like, the fact that you need to play the Runic engine, the Chimera engine, and probably the Patchwork engine in one deck is like, that deck has literally zero room for non-engine, which is very tough. It's very tough because you don't have easy ways to beat something like a purely Noir. You don't have outs to the DDD Wave King Caesar except for hard drawing freezing curses or flashing fire, right? It's very... I think it's weird. I think it's weird to play a deck that has literally zero room for non-engine, and the deck has zero room for non-engine, so that's an issue. All right, chat, everyone. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. It's been something we haven't done in a while. Just play a little bit of good old Yu-Gi-Oh. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was insightful. I definitely learned a little bit for the new format. Like I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be honest. I still need some more prep for YCS Dortmund, as you can definitely see. Some of my gameplay with some of these decks is definitely still rusty. I still need to work on that for Dortmund. Yeah, we're gonna do Deck Doctor tomorrow. Yeah, everyone join the Discord server for that. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We're gonna end it right here. I'm gonna send you guys over to Farfar because apparently that freaking subathon is still going. Holy shit. Like, I don't know, what is that? Like day 20 or something? I'm gonna go send you guys over there. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for following. Thank you for subscribing. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your day. And bye-bye. Peace.